Ligma. Boom, 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 boom. How are we doing this fine evening? Well, night, but whatever. Dude, this fucking post-nasal drip, it's, freaking hate it, man. Really do. I hate it. I really do despise it. I hate this shit, dude. Shit's fucking annoying. Ay, 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 ay. There's some work we have to do. Very important work. The most important work, some say. Some might say it's the most important work that you ever have to do in life. Many people are saying this. Wait, puta. Please. Just recognize the thing. Stain washing, man. Stain washing and its fucking consequences, bro.
Can you sense the vibe shift? Nope. It's the same shit. That's gonna be fun.
It's time. Time to get to work, folks. We're gonna make so much science and so much other stuff.
Do a little bit of work, obviously. Offline. Yeah, it turns out supplying the amount of... It's a lot more dark matter chunks than I thought. You know? Makes me think. Maybe it would be better if I just, went full speed module. It's not like we're going to be flow on dark matter fluid. Alright, this goofy head will be on soon enough. Only 80 per second, dude. Ay, ay, ay. And this consumes about 3 times that. Wonderful. Oh, incredible. And we're also going to have to figure out how we're going to get the ice 15 in there as well, because it turns out ice 15, bit of a shit show. May also need some more, speaking of dark matter fluid, some more dark matter fluid. That's a lot more dark matter fluid. We're just gonna make a long as fuck pipe, basically. Oh, yep. Alright. Yeah, assholes. I can make a train for this. Hold on. We also need to have these trains be able to bring in local fuel as well. It's kind of annoying. Because you have to be able to heat up the place. Probably have to use rocket fuel. It's not too bad. Yeah, we'll definitely use rocket fuel for that. I'll come up with something to remedy these situations. Also, we'll have to make a defensive perimeter eventually. Lovely. There's the dense stone brick. Anomaly. Dark matter crystals ice 15 is the only thing that we're missing. The thing with ice 15 is that this shit spoils in 7 fucking seconds. Which means not exactly viable for easy transport. Okay, so we're using this recipe because it's better. Onto one with the antimatter. We have to create a system that also gets us the antimatter back in. I think it's about a 1-to-2 ratio for ice to anomaly science packs. Which works. We'll do 2 antimatter each for both of these, just in case. Because all we're just going to do for that is just use like a belt that goes like this. And that's that. Pretty simple, I'd say. Don't need to be too complicated, I think. As for the science pack itself, Hmm. That works. Because we can weave our heat pipe. Lovely. Just get the rocket fuel ready. What are chemical plants? Hmm. Oh, 0.32. 11. 11. 1.76. Okay, 1.7. It's like 6 rows I can sustain, quote unquote. Ice 15. Something like this. Ice will come through here. Same with the dark matter fluid, or we can just weave it through here. Do something like this. No. I also don't want this to get jammed with ice 15. We'll also have to come up with a contingency for in case any ice gets put on this as well. Because again, spoils in 7 seconds. I did the same thing on Lemures, because it also has something needed for the science pack, which can very easily spoil. Now the question ultimately, of course, is if we leave the ice in the barometric vice, does it spoil? Because the lava cake does not spoil if you leave it inside that. Only one way to find out, to be honest. Okay. Stick it in there. And then we lose a thing of ice. 15. Meh, whatever. Who gives a fuck? Nothing of value is lost. Just make more. Okay. It does spoil while inside here. Okay. Turns into ice. Good to know. Alright, lovely. So it's not like the other thing whatsoever. That is somewhat annoying. Hmm. Three, two. Let me see. We'll need these, obviously. And plop. And this thing's expensive in terms of ice. 1.24. It's slightly short, but it's not enough to be of huge importance. Should be fine. Although I don't have the speed beacon here yet. Okay. Oh, I also have to figure out how we're gonna get the other inputs as well. That's a good question. That could work. Getting a bunch of levels of dark matter refinement productivity will certainly help shore up our dark matter production problem. It'll definitely help. Without a shadow of a doubt. Rocket fuel. Need steel now for this fucking shit? Fuck me, dude. Oh, I know. Okay, I already do take care of that problem. This recipe is definitely the best to make, rocket fuel with. Coal is a bit of an issue, though. Sulfur as well. I'll get the sulfur here. And we just have to somehow fucking get it from this belt instead. Okay. Where are you? Copy and paste the same build, but adjust it so that we use the light oil for the fuel production instead. Works. Right. You need adjustment. Never really needed modules for any of this recipes because of just how ridiculously efficient this shit is at making rocket fuel. It is so efficient. Making rocket fuel and light oil. Maybe what I could do is with this adjustment, maybe I could then fit in beacons. Alright. Let's try this. Or honestly, no, we'd probably rather have catalytic chemical plants instead. Light oil, fuel from light oil. Okay, if we do this, we do a little bit of this. Do a little bit of this. Of that. That should work, I think. what's left is the coal and the sulfur. Well, luckily it's not too much coal, so it's all being eaten up for making fucking diamonds. Oh, I wish there was a way I could get rid of this stuff faster. So that'll be an annoying bottleneck. I do have enough room for another row of turbines, which is good. What the heck? Short? Oh, what the heck? Getting a heat pipe there is also gonna be kind of annoying. It's just not quite enough. That's a little annoying. Oh, it perfectly hits everything as well. Lovely. Looks good. That works. That works. Which means I can adjust this a little bit. Fix this up. Can't fix this up. Unfortunate. That's fine. That's fine. It's like 0.2 off. It's whatever. Who cares? It's fine. Definitely do want a bunch of this rocket fuel to be put into a chest, though. As for the train station, as for the pollution, let's make sure we're not upsetting the locals. Hello. Die. I see more. Death. Pollution cloud didn't make it there. It's fine. No, we don't need to bring the yeah, we just need the batteries to make it function. Okay, so we don't need... Yeah, because we have maglev trains. When I do leave, I'm going to have to build the cuck box. We will also need a train to bring in dark matter fluid. Some extra dark matter fluid. That will be necessary. I need to fix this issue as well. This is probably a little bit of an issue that I do need to fix. Probably also on Novice. Lane balancers make it so that it's not a problem anymore. Things get relatively evenly distributed. I'm gonna have to go back on there and put some lane balancers, 4x4s specifically. Yeah, we'll need some 4x4s. That's fine. An entire lane not making copper because of my hubris? Not acceptable. Hmm. Current evolution 0.75. Well, that's not too bad. We will have to come back here and start doing a whole lot of nuking. Also took away the radar like a dumbass, so I can't monitor enemy research. Forgot that's what I left it there for. So like this thing is just taking up unnecessary it's just taking up a bunch of unnecessary sort of shit. Don't like it. Get rid of it. Turns out it's actually doing a pretty important task. Is that 23k damage from these Gauss rockets? What the fucking shit? Now that's a lot of damage. Jesus. 2.2k plus 23k. Does these deal AoE damage? Question mark? I mean, we're about to get our hands on these relatively soon. These do AoE. Rocket replacements? The problem is making neodymium. Can't really make that shit. Although the normal rockets we make already do enough damage to just one-shot large asteroids. How does that work with AoE? It's half damage, so it'd be 2. So that's still fine. With the explosion deals 75% damage. I'm curious. Can we get explosive rockets with explosive damage to the point where it does become one shot without having to use quality? So let's say with rare quality, it doubles. There'd be a 50% increase. 2.5 times the increase is legendary. So rare, because it goes 50%. No, it doesn't go 50%. Hmm. $75% of the HP. Well, a little over 75%. How many upgrades would it take in order to get explosive rockets to be able to one-shot large asteroids? Because if you had the Shattered Planet, the best way to do it is, of course, use explosive rockets instead of normal rockets, because there's going to be so many large asteroids. The explosive rockets are quite efficient. Plus, they'll help in taking care of some of the smaller ones as well at the same time. But they're AoE. Let's say 2 upgrades. Plus 10%, plus 10%. So it'd be 110, then 121. It's 10%, then 10%. $121 plus 1.16 or 1.26. 10% of 1030 is 103. And then 10% of 103. Add 103 first, so then it becomes 1133. 10% of 130 or 1133. 1133. 10% of 1133 is 113. 1246. 121 plus 1246. Cut that in half. That'd be 60. Or 61. I don't know if it rounds up or down. So it's either 60 or 61 plus 60 or 61 plus 623. 623 plus 60. 683. 121. 121 plus 1246. I think it's like right there. It's barely off. Might need only 3 more upgrades and then those become one-shots. I think. Explosive rockets. Because large asteroids all have, I believe, 2k health each. I'm not discovered those planets yet, so I don't know. Yeah, 2k health each. Now we do have to factor in the 10% resistance from explosives, right? It's probably if I were to get 4 more upgrades into explosives damage, I probably would be able to one-shot with explosive rockets. I think. I forgot to get free upgrades for laser damage on these stuff as well. It's gonna be a lot of laser damage.
So much free damage, so little time.
That is certainly interesting, I have to say. That's annoying. magic. Because we're not going to bring the engines with us, because we don't need them anymore. Well, that's rocket silos. Everything for rocket silos complete. All that's left is just make another one of these. One more. One more rocket silo. All that's left is we need to make batteries so we can make flying robot part frames, and then research, science. We have them all. We have everything else we need. Lovely. And then robots. So we should have everything else we need. Electrical engines, circuits, steel. Steel. Eh? What? What the heck's going on here? Why are we having a powered death spiral now? The fuck? The water's okay? Okay. We need 2 of these, huh? Uh-huh. We're consuming too much power. Not producing enough. Okay, well, first off, take care of our first problem, being this. Okay, we're still there. Why am I consuming 1.2 gigawatts of power? Why am I not producing enough power? Why do I need more fucking goddamn turbines? Because we can just easily copy paste this, we're done. Probably should. Alright. We produce rocket fuel now, so it's not that big of a deal. We can very easily just copy and paste this. We definitely produce... do we produce enough water? Appear to not be the case. It's because we're having low power issues, so we're not going to produce enough water, and we're going to eventually have a death spiral because we don't have steam for our turbines. these things aren't all working. It's intriguing. Do we have condenser turbines on here? No. Yes, we do. Okay, you're coming over. Alright, first things first, you. That'll help. Oh, we need a bunch more turbines. Uh-oh. What now? We are not producing enough water. We need a lot more water. Gotcha. Water, 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 water. Didn't think I'd need so much damn water. To heck. We can probably stick it like Probably here. Should be enough. Now, of course, how we're going to get the excess ice, the ice that we need over there. And be able to burn off white sufficient crude. Do we make enough ice? This consumes about not that much ice per second to melt, turn to water, blah 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 blah. Okay, step one. You sending all these down. You getting me more. It's currently nighttime as well. We are just kind of stuck, aren't we? It's really bad. This is quite the predicament. This is quite the tricky pickle. Okay, now that we're producing water. Oh no, we cut that shit off. Empty this again. Because they're producing water. Cut that wire off for now. Can't let these things drop below 500 degrees. Because if they do, it's going to be a real big problem. Actually, in fact, time to actually get rid of this entirely. Time for us to transition to only using rocket fuel, I think. To heat up this part of the base. Hmm. 43 ice per second. Should be enough ice. We're just consuming that much water. $6,000 steam, 658 water. 887 water. No, we have enough water per second. Hmm. It's because this motherfucker's spending way more. Priority here, idiots. Bolt's jammed. Okay, power's coming back a bit. These things do also consume quite a bit of water per second. We're just not producing enough water. We need more water. And we're probably going to need more ice. That's our problem. Okay, need more water. Need more water, need more ice. Time to add another one of these segments. That's also causing another problem. It's because these fucking dumbass bots are focusing on building the dumbass fucking. Stop trying to build the goddamn. To bringing up items for the shit. The most useless shit that you guys are wasting your time on. It's only causing issues to get worse. Idiots. Idiot, dumb fuck ass bots. Ay, 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 ay. Pros and cons of using magic pump jacks. Really fast, really efficient. However, very often can have problems. Give me more ice. Give me more ice. Okay, I think we're about to turn the corner. And be rid of all our problems. So let us be rid of all our problems. Back in that delicious green. Oof. That was annoying. That's why you very often have separate grids for stuff. In case that happens. Huh, stable. That was annoying. Now we have plenty of extra ice as well. Fantastic. And the water's all good. Ay, ay, ay. Just had no more damn water. Do we double this up now? That's the ultimate question. That's the other question. To potentially avoid this problem from ever happening again. That means we have about 54 left to play with to make ice 2. Electric fucking blue. It's more than enough. Should be fine. very good. Local Tiberium power. What the? God, people listening to misinformation and bullshit from fucking Asmongold. should be stable in terms of our power situation. Very good. Fix this dumbass shit so that no more freezing. I really hate these fucking enlightened centrist types, dude. We're just like, you need to be consistent in people who died from all this shit. What's up, Alex? Had a power crisis. We fixed a crisis. I love fixing crises. Yada yada yada. And now we're arguing with dumbass people talking about talking about all the stupid centrists about like the shooting of the murder that ICE did. Charlie Kirk gets assassinated. Leftist. He deserved to die. I would like to know which sort of mainstream leftist was like celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk. You'll not find one. Random fucking 2-follower accounts online. Who the fuck cares about that? Ice Ages shoot a woman who's trying to run them over. A leftist. You can't kill people. Adopting immediately the frame of the fucking goddamn whatever the fuck. Stupid. You completely unaware how many deaths of people the right celebrate? Alex, what's the name of the girl who got run over by that terrorist at the Unite the Right rally? What's her name? Because the right wing broadly celebrated that. Or the person who attempted to... Heather Heyer, thank you. It was like Heather something. Heather Heyer. Heyer, H-E-R. H-E. Alright, we're gonna engage in some whataboutisms. Yeah, no, you're good. I got the name. I'm looking to get into some fights on Twitter. Because I'm getting rather fucking annoyed with all these like dumbass right-wingers and people just taking Asmongold's framing uncritically. Very stupid fucking morons. extremely condescending, snooty, and intellectual at the same time. Very, very fucking important.
I can't believe that the left is not being consistent and when people get fucking murdered. Nye.
Also, the fucking goddamn ICE agent is an arm of the fucking state, you stupid fucking moron. God, these people are so fucking dumb, dude. That's why it's bad. But whatever. Oh, dumb fuck chud VTuber. He's a dumbass. Oh. Oh, I'm shocked. Oh, BB No Money is making music again. That's nice. Hooray. Alright. Gotta do some ratioing out now with science. Okay, so this science is a little unique in comparison to other ones because it's much more efficient than the initial recipe that they give you. However, what you need to do is to have a system that takes the antimatter that it shits out and reinserts it back in. And also, we're going to have to probably use a little bit of circuit logic. You use a little bit of circuit logic to make certain things function properly. Alright, so this is where more of our ice is going to get dumped. Can't believe that Alex Royvoss would not know the spelling. Shaking my head, my head, my head. SM fucking H, dude. place this exactly well. It is because I, as an Esper, got kicked too many times in the head. Shut the fuck up, Boy Meets Me. You're fake and gay. Derogatory. I will call you a slur. I'm gonna call him a slur. That's true. Pokemon X? Gen 6 is pretty good. I like Gen 6. It's a good gen. Mostly because it has Oras, and I love me Gen 3. It's my favorite gen.
Love Gen 3. It's a good gen, folks. Let me tell you.
Yes, I will call you, white boy, a slur. I will. I'll do it. J6. I think I said Jen. But then again, I mean, Boy Meets Mini is LARPing as fucking Commodore, and Commodore does not have exactly the best of listening abilities. Listening is not that boy's strong suit. I do have to say. Not that boy's strong suit. Oh, okay. Power Death Spiral dealt with. Hooray. All that's left is science. It certainly drastically increases. No, we're ready to leave. I mean, even just this segment alone should be more than enough. Alright. We don't need this extra stuff then. Okay. We just need to make science, and then we need to make robots, and then a couple of other stuff. And then we can leave and get out of here. Like rockets, and we got rockets. We got the rockets. I don't live in America. Thank God. Thank God I don't live in that miserable shithole of a fucking goddamn place. Fuck America. Fake and gay. America's really gay and fake.
America's extremely gay and fake. It's not real.
LARPing twice, I see, Boy Meets Mini. You must be very bored. So it's about 13 per second. Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's more than enough for what we need. But however, boy, that's a problem. My numbers here are not great. Okay. I'm close, eh? It's not even 1-to-1. Not even 1-to-1, huh? That's not great. Do I really have a choice? Just gonna have to suck it up, Buttercup. I might have to just suck it up, Buttercup. Should work. Yeah. If I just double beacon, would that be enough? Oh, we're a little closer. 2.9 off? I think I'll just double beacon. If I were to get... How about I do this? Are you here? Yes, you are. Give me the large men, the overclock modules. take the overclock modules back. Okay. Let's use those. I'd like to have this to be able to be close enough to 1-to-1. Or as close to 1-to-1 as possible. Well, I mean, America do be our biggest trading partner. So as a Canadian, pretty important for us to be in tune with American politics. Unfortunately. Okay. How much does this make? That is so fucking close, dude. You know what? I think we're just gonna have to accept that. No smile. No. No. Well, it's because clearly you are homosexual and you seem to be obsessed with me. I don't know. Stop being such a metrosexual, okay, bro? I'm straight. I'm not interested. Might want to tell that to a lot of other people that are part of your political movement. Give me the antimatter. We have 4 of these machines. We're just gonna do 2 each. Should be more than enough. 2 antimatter each. Very good. Very lovely. Fantastic.
It's gonna be great, folks. It's gonna be fantastic.
Antimatter rocket fuel. $655 megajoules. And pretty good vehicle acceleration. These things are pretty good, I have to say. So this is going to be useful actually on one of our other planets. This pyrolysis. Because there's an area where we make a fuck ton of wood. And I can just use all that wood for other nefarious purposes. Take care of some of the problems that we have had on a different planet. I mean, this is a great technology. Like, 1 piece of wood into 2 pieces of coal is kind of nuts. That's really strong. It's even good on novice. Because you can just grow trees. Grow trees, recycle the seeds. Make sure you always produce enough seeds from the trees. In order to keep the cycle going, all the excess wood gets turned into ghoul. Pretty good, pretty good. It's a very good recipe, I have to say. Very, very strong. Overclock 3 modules. So these things are basically what if productivity modules basically had no downsides. Basically. which is very, very overpowered. Very, very strong. For obvious reasons. But the amount of productivity modules I would have to basically go through in order to just... Or the amount of these things I'd have to make to just get rid of every single productivity module that I have would be fucking insane. I'd have to make tens of thousands of these things. And it would be a process. Because while we're like on 20 planets, we definitely have a couple thousand of each on each planet. It would be tens of thousands. Also, the spaceships would have to get replacements as well. Energy consumption 160% though. Normal productivity modules, yeah. The minus 15% speed. Oh, and also they don't have pollution as well. However, these things have not as much energy consumption. Those things are double the energy consumption. Which is like, it's not bad. Because it's way easier to handle, just build more power forehead. But yeah, we're almost done with this planet. Well, let's get this show on the fucking road then. Alright, where's our ice? That's the only thing we need now in order to kickstart all of this bullshit. You know, if there ever was a conservative who said, like, not everything is about sex, then I would immediately ask them the question of, then why the fuck are you a conservative? You're the guys who fastidiously fucking hyperfixate on that shit. You know? Like, why, like, unironically, with every fucking goddamn conservative, it's always like, dude, you guys are the ones who always project your psychosexual insecurities onto everyone else. It's crazy. It's like, bro, just, like, be normal. Yes, I very often talk about trans people. This is true. Ah, yes, it's being pushed onto you, of course. Won't anyone ever think of the humble conservative? Won't anyone ever think of the humble conservative? Won't anyone ever think of their feelings? I thought you guys cared about facts over feelings. What happened? Won't anyone stop thinking about our facts, feelings? Oh. Why did this cutoff happen here? Well, let's fix that. There we go. Well, we have science now. Yay. It's not the worst in terms of its production, I have to say. And the only thing that's kind of behind is the Ice 15, but that's because the inserter's not being fast enough. Am I not producing enough ice? That would appear to be the case. Well, luckily it's a relatively easy problem to remedy. It's a lot of crude we're making. Oh well, all to waste. Because we need more ice. Guess I was not thinking about how much ice this shit fucking probably consumes. Oh dear. Well, that's a lot of ice per second that's being consumed. Oh yeah, we're never going to be able to hit that benchmark. Oh no no no. Oh no 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 no. That's a lot of ice per second. 660 ice per second. Well, this is a dump resource for a reason, so it's a dump recipe. You ever got extra ice? Fucking throw it in the pile. Oh, we're producing science, so it's not the worst. Nice. What's left? Batteries, flying robot frames. That's it. Who's the one taking this shit? Is it you? Yeah, it is you. Well, considering that we did this shit completely out of order, because this was meant to be the second planet. Newman 5, item count, anomaly science pack equals 0, or inactivity 5 seconds. Newman. Time for you to get your third science pack, buddy. There's number 3. Anom. Lovely. Well, that's another science pack complete. That's 4 out of 5. One more. Because we're also making space science. And that's the nanite science. Why do I have no ring science? What else is going on? Is there even anything happening here? Have you guys shot anything? No? No. But why? This is why. Why do I have no... Oh. It's gonna get too much coal. Okay. Fix that now. Okay. Burn off all this excess fucking coal. Burn off the coal. Make some fucking lube. And the aspheric lenses are being produced yet again. Lovely. Perfect to make some science with. God, all the fucking idiots complaining about people who are fucking doxing the ICE agent are so fucking stupid, dude. It's just like... Police officers, doesn't matter if they're federal or not, should have clear fucking identifiable information. There's already been reports made by the FBI saying, hey, wearing a face covering and not having clearly identifiable fucking information is actually a detriment to ICE's safety and them being able to do their fucking job. But all the, like, dumb fucking troglodyte conservatives are complaining that the left is doxing someone who, well, murdered someone else, but whatever. It's stupid. Like, holy shit, God, you people are fucking, like, brain damaged. It's one of those things where it's just so mind-numbingly fucking stupid, dude. It's like, damn, if you cared so much about, I don't know, someone not being a murderer, maybe you should have been okay. Maybe the guy shouldn't have murdered someone. I don't know. Like, call me a radical centrist. Although honestly, centrists are also being cowards about this as well. But maybe the guy shouldn't have murdered someone for no reason and illegally, of course. But whatever. Unfortunately, that's like, I don't know, too like cucked and soy pilled or something. I don't know. I'm being too much of like a homosexual or something. I don't know. It's all fucking like fake gay and liberal or some shit. I don't know. Whatever like random schizophrenic bullshit you want to come up with. You can just fucking say whatever like schizophrenic bullshit. Ooh, did I ship off some of my science packs? Yeah. Yes. Very cool. Very good. Love that for us. We're going to need to make another one of these exact same ships, but we are going to have to do a slight redesign. Maybe not the exact same, but similar. Because of the last planet we need to go to. In fact, let's just go there now. Let's just head to Mirandus. Just so we can show what exactly is up with Mirandus. Alright, all of the Mirandite asteroids are currently targetable. Mirandus. Ah, the 3 IQ hypocrisy burn. My favorite argument that conservatives like to deploy. I have no problem with doxing Nazis. I have no problem with doxing people who are fundamentally against society. Maybe just don't be such a miserable wretch and pile of garbage than to warrant getting fucking doxed, revealed to your work, and having your social media history get fucking posted. I don't know. You're the Trump supporter here. Just saying. You're the Trump supporter. Yes. Yes, Smile. It is a bad thing to be a Trump supporter. Yes. So obviously we're not going to pick up any of these the chunks, 'cause we just don't need to. Not with this ship. It's a moral failing. Trump has made it very clear what he's always been about. Political revenge. Revenge against his enemies. Not really giving much of a flying fuck about improving material conditions on the ground. So if you want to basically have minorities suffer, which is the case for conservatives consistently as a political project, then yeah, you can vote for Trump. Just know that people will look at you suspiciously for just wanting to have minorities suffer. He was also retarded and couldn't speak. Yes, because I have the exact same sort of love for Joe Biden as I do a hatred for Donald Trump. Yes, of course. I don't know how many times this has to be said to you, LARPing Commodore. I don't like the Democratic Party. I see them as essentially the same thing as the Republicans in terms of a lot of issues, except on certain, like, social issues. Otherwise, they are pretty much the same. I don't like them. Because it would significantly curtail a lot of the damage that Republicans are doing. Well, specifically the president is doing. So, funny thing about this planet, we can't land on it because it's like the Shattered Planet, but it's purple instead of red. Ooh, purple. Purple. Ooh, purple. It's Slaneshi instead of Cornate. Ooh, it's purple. Look at the purple. It's purple. So basically what we're basically just going to do here is come here, stop by the planet, chill the fuck out till the reserves in the cargo bay get filled up, and then take the chunks that we have, process them on another planet, and have a ship that just brings chunks back and forth. That's it. Pretty simple, pretty easy. The best way for me to probably do this is probably just to add a splitter here and then just somehow bring it through the production and everything. Add a splitter somewhere to separate the chunks. And then stick a little area where I can pick them up. Pretty simple, pretty easy, I'd say. That is probably the best way to do this. You should call Boy Meets Mini extremely fake and gay for what he's doing in YouTube chat. Because here's the thing with our final science pack here. It's honestly like just get lucky, forehead. Unironically. I should probably process this shit on Newman. Probably. The reason I should probably process this stuff on Newman is because that's where we need the science pack. We just bring the chunks there, we process the chunks there, and that's all there is to it. Also, what gives us access to ores, which is alright, I suppose. Let's see. Need water. Okay, we probably can't do this on Newman then. Kind of cringe. Where do I want to do this then? Nyx is annoying because... Not because we don't have room or anything, but because I don't want to make a fucking additional setup here. So I guess we're just going to do this one circa. Okay, now you're starting to sound a bit more like Commodore there. He loves talking about echo chambers despite being a Trump supporter. Dude, stop looking at the MSDNC fucking echo chamber. It's just like... Okay, man. So that's what you fucking think. It's like, alright, man. Trump is actually so smart. I don't know. Didn't he just take like a 5th fucking cognitive test or some shit this year alone? You know, if you're... All I have to say is that if you're having to take 5 cognitive tests that are supposed to be a yearly thing, as the president has said, and you have to take them like 5 times in a row, that might be a bad thing. Yes, he does it because he's intelligent. That's true. I get maybe Trump's just doing. You know, Alex, perhaps I was wrong. Maybe Trump just wants to do cognitive tests just for funsies. You know, just because he thinks it's a fun little activity, like a gay little fucking activity he can do with the boys. He'll like bring in JD Vance and like
Stephen Miller, and it's just like, look at my little cognitive test I have to do here, Stephen. Look at how smart I am. That's a lion with a mane, so that's a male lion. Look at how smart I am. I'm so intelligent.
And he's like, I'm like imagining like Stephen Miller being like, "Yes, sir, Mr. President." Stop the CBC, the Carney Broadcasting Corporation Echo Chamber. No, Alex is from Alberta. No, he's a Texan. No. I mean, it makes perfect sense that why Alex would probably be I don't know, an Albertan or something. I mean, he is Hispanic, right? And they all live in Texas or some shit. That's how that works, I think. I have to fucking bring some of these asteroid chunks to build quantum stabilizers. I have to make these in microgravity assemblers. See, this is why I wanted to do this on fucking Newman. But to process this shit, we need fucking... Well, no, this makes water. Wait a minute. This doesn't make water. Can we ratio this in a way that's... Well, we'll have to get some initial water somewhere. It's just not that hard, but whatever. But I want to be able to make neodymium alloy plate via foundries, not via smelting. Because this is going to be way better. It'll be so much more efficient. I think I might be just kind of coping and seething here. Why would you ever put this in an assembler when you could just do this in a foundry? What the fuck? That's so much more efficient. By the way, these rockets are seemingly kind of fucking insane, by the way. Look at how much damage they do. I'm trying to think to myself, like, how can we produce these up in space? And do these do AoE damage? Sir, they do 25k damage. It's like, yeah, they do. It's 25k damage. I don't think they do AoE damage because it would stipulate area of effect. And I don't think they do AoE damage. So that's kind of sad. This is kind of annoying. Who the fuck is Anadia Polyev? Who the fuck is that? I can use thorium to make ammo. Interesting. Fascinating, fascinating, fascinating. Some pretty good tech here, actually. I guess this is part of the reason why I can't, because of rocket ammo productivity. I mean, this is nuts. We have the one obviously from Castra, but it's scaled so much and so expensively, so it's just like, geez. Is she even Venezuelan? Why would I ever care about Pierre Poilievre's wife? Dude, I have one eyebrow hair that's like so strangely long, and I have no idea why it's so strangely long. I feel like Pierre Poilievre might have some problems with that. Yeah, it's because I have the eyes of doom. Yeah, as Clavicular would say, yeah, I have the fucking eyes of doom. I still have no idea what the fuck that means, by the way. What the fuck is what the fuck are the eyes of doom, dude? What does that mean? Fucking eyes of doom. Alright, man. Sure, bro. It's so fucking stupid, man. Holy fuck. Mike from PA shitting on Ukrainians yet again? Does it give you a twinge of shame to see Zelensky get mocked to his face in the White House? Huh? Yeah, I don't know. So much for being, like, anti-imperialist, you know? It's kind of fake and gay, actually. Ukraine canceled elections and banned political parties. Is the government legitimate? Not the Constitution saying that that's the case, that they can't have elections, and them not having territorial integrity, meaning it's going to be really difficult for them to be able to hold elections, considering they don't have complete territorial integrity, but like 15% of their territory, so it's kind of hard to do that, Mike. And also the political party, by the way, every, like, tanky, by the way, which is why he is a fucking tanky, who brings up the talking point of the banned political parties because they went after communist parties. They banned the pro-Russian parties. There is an opposition party, multiple opposition parties that operate within Ukraine's parliament. They just, like, Zelensky banned all the pro-Russian ones because, again, the perception of Marxism-Leninism is demented amongst these people. They have no idea what Marxism-Leninism actually is. Isn't Ukraine constantly rated as one of the most corrupt countries in the world? I mean, they've been taking care of it, and who made it really corrupt? Oh, the fucking Soviets and the Russians. Oh, it's crazy. Here's the thing. If there is, like, a left party, they're all going to be, like, nostalgia-pilled and, like, probably ML. They're all probably going to be cringe. It's so weird how every time some Western media posts about Ukraine, it ends up being a picture of a Nazi. Huh? It's so weird how Mike from PA always posts about China. It always ends up being some Han ethno-nationalist. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What Western media posts are you even fucking talking about? That, by the way, this was from 2022, but okay, nice meme. Every tanky told you that the United States would abandon Ukraine when it was politically expedient. It's why we wanted a peace treaty in 2022. Well, like, Is this the fucking talking point? Okay, Mike from PA, you should watch some Sarcasmatron. Now, Sarcasmatron is a bit of a liberal. So, I don't know, like, it'll probably give you, like, the... or something. Yeah, he's doing the talking point saying that Boris Johnson was the one who tanked the initial peace deal. No, that's fucking retarded for, like, 17 different reasons. The initial peace deal, that Putin was looking to do, that was being negotiated, or rather spearheaded by Macron, during 2022, during the early parts of the war, that supposedly Boris Johnson sank. One of the key demands of the Russians was for them to essentially say, oh, if Ukraine ever asks for armed assistance, there should be votes done within the UN Security Council. Now, the stupidest amongst you may be thinking, well, that seems pretty reasonable, huh? Slight problem. Guess who has a veto on the UN Security Council? The Russians. Yeah. What's going to stop them from vetoing any instance of the Ukrainians going to the Security Council saying, Russians are attacking us, please send aid, and then everyone else voting yes, and the Russians being like, no, Sarcasmatron is really fucking good. The fact that Sarcasmatron is ostensibly pro-Ukrainian shits on all John Mearsheimer consistently. Shits on all the talking points that tankies and anti-Ukrainian dumbasses have, and the right wing consistently has about Ukraine. Shits on all their main fucking talking points. It just makes them look like complete fucking more. Yeah, Mearsheimer is like nothing. Like Mearsheimer is completely fucking discredited. And guess what? The MLs I know always talk about his takes on IR. Mearsheimer, guess what? Supported the Bay of Pigs during the 60s. Because his thing is all about maintenance of political spheres of influence. This is a talking point here by Sarcasmatron. It's like lefties, because he's anti-Ukrainian, because he's paid off by the Russians. That's why. Because Western MLs are fucking retarded. They're stupid people. That's why they like Mearsheimer. Because they're idiots. But yeah, Mearsheimer's whole thing is about maintenance of political spheres of influence. So Mearsheimer was for the Bay of Pigs when the Soviets decided to deploy nukes into Cuba. Now, Mearsheimer was also against the U.S. deploying nukes into Turkey because, again, spheres of influence. He thought that Turkey should have been a part of the Russian sphere of influence. Yep, he is also very anti-China. I don't know why MLs like him. He really does not like China. He hates China. Because again, he's a Cold War fucking conservative. But ML's like a bunch of his point. Fucking that dumbass squirrel reposted his main video about IR, about his PowerPoint that he presented, which was dog shit. Talking about why the Ukrainians are just completely fucked over. And why the U.S. should just basically abandon them. Guess what? It's full of holes and a lot of pro-Russian talking points. Because he's just pro-Russian. Is he even pro-Palestinian, or is he pro-Palestinian in order to signal to people? Has he ever talked? I've never seen him talk about fucking Palestine, ever. Don't be a Marxist-Leninist. Marxist-Leninists are extremely low IQ. They're very fucking stupid. He's batshit foreign policy. No position of his would surprise me. Yeah. John Mearsheimer is not very intelligent. He's very fucking stupid. And really bad at IR and foreign policy in general. Like, he's just really fucking dumb. Well, here's what we're gonna do. I need to make sure that antimatter is getting consistently produced. It is time to eat our fucking bullshit over here. Very important. But Daho, you wouldn't get it. John Mearsheimer said US is bad. Surely that's going to convince you. Surely you can understand that the US is kind of bad. It's like, thanks, man. But Daho, isn't the US kind of bad? But Daho, the US is kind of bad, right? The US? Bad? But Alex, the US is bad, right? Boy McSmitty, the US is really bad, right? Guys, it's bad. That stinky country is so stinky, meanie, poo-poo head.
True, and yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean,
it's so stinky and meanie and poo-poo and head. And meanie poo-poo head. Stinky pooty, meanie poo-poo, stinky meanie poo-poo head. Very stinky, very meanie, very poo-poo. Have we ever considered this? Has anyone ever taken this lens of analysis when assessing the United States of America? That it's kind of gay and homosexual and cringe and fake. But, of course, when we say those words, we're being extremely derogatory about it. Supercapacitor productivity seems really fucking good, by the way. It's only 20 levels, but that's okay. Even simulating unit productivity, pretty fucking good, I have to say. So I'm actually pretty deep. Well, it's not infinite tech, but close enough to infinite tech. Pretty good, I have to say. We're definitely going to get a bunch of dark matter refinement productivity because that will be extremely helpful. Because if we can just get that to level 10, then our production of crystals is not going to be as terrible. Although us eating through all that shit's going to be much harder, but whatever. Alright, give me all this bullshit. Eh? Oh, I forgot the... Alright, nice meme. Eh? Anomalous rocket parts. I don't really know when I'm ever going to use these, by the way. Like, these are obviously good, but then I'd have to ship around nanites. Oh shit, it's the really long eyebrow. The one really, really long eyebrow hair that I finally plucked out because it's so off. Holy shit, I got rid of it. Fuck you. Don't know when I'm gonna use these. I'm gonna be honest. Have them for the sake of having them. Also, these things. Dark matter fuel cells. I guess I could bring in a nuclear reactor then. And just power the base with a nuclear reactor and just make the dark matter fuel cells. So I'm going to use rocket fuel in heating towers. That seems good. That seems pretty solid to me. We really have to go to this planet eventually so we can finally get access to interstellar travel. Propagation of key glebobacteria is no longer surface locked. That's interesting. Don't know exactly what it's going to accomplish for me. Bacterial sludge. Only use this to make fucking... Okay, does this spoil into anything? It spoils, does spoil, but it spoils into nothing. How much energy do these fucking wind turbines make? Crapapult. This planet's going to be very interesting. Long-handed bulkinsers are actually, I think, going to be really fucking nice. Like, these are definitely going to be very nice to have. But yeah, this one tech right here, Operation Iron Man. Yeah. There's a fuck ton of stuff that is locked behind this one tech right here. Just even the ability to be able to travel to a lot of other planets is locked behind this tech right here. Actually, I'm curious. How do we get to Vesta? I'm guessing you're like locked behind Aquilo. Physical ammo productivity. You need Prometheum science for that. It's strange. All you get out of that is a beacon. Where is what I'm looking for? You. Uh-huh. You're locked behind the fusion reactor. And locked behind the quantum processor. You have to also head to fucking this place in order to get to the quantum... That's weird. Okay. Nice beam. Fascinating. Well, this thing is all about fusion, so I guess it makes sense to be locked behind Aquilo as well. So, you're also locked behind Aquilo. This stuff does actually give some pretty good fucking shit, though, so it's kind of worth it. Intermediate item productivity is kind of nuts. Oh yeah, and another belt stacking upgrade. Combustion furnace. What a fascinating... Well, I mean, this place is all about, like, extracting gases in order to make shit. It's gonna be, Oh, and stuff with the algae as well. Oh, we have to somehow make nutrients here? That's gonna be kind of annoying. Nah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out once we get there. But I think we still have, like, one more planet left to do before we can even head to Rubia. That's this place. Scheitscherbin.
And then it's finally time to head to this place and then to finally go interstellar, folks. Or intergalactic, not interstellar.
It's almost 2 in the morning, and we have stuff to talk about.
I went a little too long into the Factorios, but then again, I started really fucking late.
Why did I start really late? I don't know why I started really late. I just started really late. I cannot answer such questions. I don't have the answers. Skill issue. Yeah, okay. Don't ever catch me... don't let me ever fucking catch you, by the way, getting last in, like, a race or something. I will say skill issue. We're not getting first in a race, ever. I will say skill issue, and there's nothing you can do about it. Anywho, gamers. I'm gonna grab water. I'm gonna bathroom. And then we're gonna yap about shit. But I'll be right back.
being queer, because we're here.
We're so back. We are so Bardock Hussein Obaminous. The Act Man. My politics are anyone who mildly inconveniences law enforcement should be indiscriminately gunned down in the streets by unidentified mass government agents. I am a rational, empathetic, and well-adjusted person. That's funny. Very, very funny. Oh, all the fucking dumbass schizophrenics are being mad about the fact that protests in New York chant "Save a life, kill ICE, Chrissy Nome will hang." I wonder why people might be particularly upset about the actions of Chrissy Nome and ICE. Oh. It's because of the fact that there's about to be a bunch of ICE immigration enforcement happening in New York. That's why. Oh, so the guy who did the shooting on Renee Nicole Good, mail order bride. Classic every fucking time with these motherfucker. Ice shooter has an immigrant Filipino wife and is an Iraq veteran. Get your fucking duck smoking GIF emojis out. Get your fucking classics out every fucking time with these people. We hate migrants. We hate immigrants. But not my immigrant. My immigrant's actually good. That's an emoji failure. Everyone point and laugh at this user. That's a second emoji failure. Everyone point and laugh at this user. No, you should have let him have the third failure. It would have been funny. I would have laughed. It would have been funny. I would have laughed. It would have been funny. Wow. Oh, also, 3-year extension of the ACA Obamacare subsidies just passed the House, with 17 Republicans joining every single Democrat. Those vulnerable Republicans more than likely voted on all of that shit. War Powers Resolution, I believe, also, or a very important procedural vote for War Powers Resolution, passed the Senate as well, 52 to 47, but it's not veto proof, so it'll probably be fucked within the House, and also, definitely vetoed by the. He got salty about that one, by the way, and it's basically a bill that would significantly curtail a lot of the president's abilities to conduct war. It's a good bill. It's a fine bill, but would not have to have been necessary if Congress did not abdicate its responsibility.
And if
only Congress did its fucking job of reining in the lawlessness of the president. But the president's powers might finally start being curtailed. Probably people seemingly are trying to, I don't know, build up some form of a fucking spine. Dude, like... also, like, you know, another point to shit on specifically with all the conservatives, when they mentioned that, oh, the first bullet hole went through the front, so therefore, the dude was in front of the vehicle. You can stand at the... First, like, if you slow down the fucking goddamn video, you look at it frame by fucking frame, it's obvious when the first shot is shot off. The dude's already at the fucking side. Don't they know that you can just, like, move your arm like this and pop a shot off like this, or pop a shot off like this? Like, you can just do that. It's very easy and obvious, but conservatives, again, fucking retarded. But whatever. I have just now debunked what you said, Daho. Bullet hole in front. You have been epically debunked. Epically debunked. It really is just one of those things where it's just like... Conservatives are just so astronomically fucking stupid and mentally fucking deficient that they just can't, like, think that that's, like, a thing that's possible. It's like, I mean, you can just bend your body in certain ways. It's, like, a thing that you can do, you know? People bend their bodies in ways sometimes. Like, it's like, okay, bro. Yeah, there's a rabid desire to clock in people for anything to get a win, but it's because they're all just fucking fascists. It's all about, you know, power for these people. Nothing matters, all about power, fuck these people, hate them. I don't want to look at shit from Tactical Templar. The dude makes such low IQ fucking videos. Why did he make a 20-minute video talking about Asmongold timing out fucking Hassan from his chat when Hassan made him look like a complete moron? Well, why is this in my feed? Oh yeah, because I looked at 2 videos of his and now the algorithm thinks like, you'll like Tactical Templar. It's like, no I won't. He's fucking stupid. He's dumb. He's a fat, neckbeard, probable rapist. Why would anyone think I would like anything at all from this fucking dumbass? Why would anyone think I like anything from that sniveling moron? From that specimen. Also, so far, Boy Meets Mini, Commodore has not done any attacking, or it has not defended ice yet. Not yet, at least. He will eventually. The only thing he said is like, how does Nick Shirley have any relation to this shooting whatsoever? Because the basis of the current deployment of extra, I mean, Chrissy Nome said it herself. It's like, yeah, we're going to deploy 2,000 extra guards because of all the rampant fraud that's going on. We're deploying more ICE. It's just like, first off, it's not their job to investigate fraud. Stupid. Like, what? So why are you deploying ICE when there's already an investigation that's ongoing by the FBI? It doesn't make any fucking sense. But whatever. Conservatives are all retarded. It doesn't matter. They're just extremely, extremely fucking stupid fucking people. Very dumb, very stupid, and they're all just mentally fucking deficient. Was a wife? From 2025. He just got married. That's funny. I'm trying to remember. Tim Pool was a part of Fusion Media, I believe, and then eventually, became a part of Vox, if I recall some of his older fucking history, right? I don't remember exactly. Okay, I'm very glad that I decided to follow Connor Eats Pants because, bro, I think today alone came out with some real big fucking bangers. Sorry, like, this is in response to JD Vance because JD Vance has been on one defending the actions of the murderer, of course. Sorry, but you were the only baby ever worth choosing crack over. Every time your mom neglected you was justified. Sorry. Amy Adams sucked in that movie too. Sorry. Nothing you touch ever goes right. You should try some of Elon's medicine sometime. Sorry. Jesus. God, it's fucking... No chill, no sympathy, just hatred. Hatred, because that's like you can't have sympathy for these people. You have to call all these people low IQ and just say that their mothers would have abandoned them if they were kids. Oh my god, Steven Crowder is doing a reenactment of the fucking goddamn shooting. I can only imagine how fucking dog shit it is. It's gonna be stupid. We have the fucking video. What reenactment does he need? Well, he did the exact same thing with George Floyd's murder. By the way. He did the exact same shit. Because he's just like a fucking psychopath. are the other fucking goddamn Tim Pool media jobs? Where the fuck did he also work? I'm trying to remember. He's live streamed Occupy Wall Street. It was Vice that he did. Tim Pool was also in fucking Yanukovych's collapse and during... Is it Euromaidan? Huh. Didn't know that. Fascinating. Michelle Bachmann is... the name is familiar to me. Deranged Congresswoman. You're just saying that because she's a woman, obviously. Yeah, she is deranged. I do agree with that. Okay, we've joined Fusion TV and Vice Media. Okay. Cop killed a woman in Minnesota and plot twist, the cop was of Somali descent. The woman was a white tourist from Australia. Michelle Bachmann did not like that. Wait. Tim Pool announces he's stepping back from full-time content production to look after his family. He said this in 2024. That's so funny, dude. I think I'm just gonna go off of the fucking Wikipedia article on Timmy Boy. Talk about some of his fucking bullshit. Cause there's like no threads or anything or much articles about his exploits between a bunch of his times, so fuck it. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Fucking Stephen Crowder, dude. It's funny. Can we find the clip of Sam Cedar saying, after... So I just want the clip. I could probably find the entire fucking video of the Sam Cedar part of the debate, like, or after Sam Cedar's debate with Tim Pool. Because Tim Pool basically said that to Sam Cedar that, oh, I'm just really upset about the fact that my audience that I agreed with you and my audience is upset about that. Yes, he was in studio on the Majority Report set, specifically. This was very soon after the Tim Pool debate that Sam Cedar had when he went into studio. This is a follow-up video. I need that clip. It's very important, actually. Because we're gonna go through a bit of the saga of some of the main hits, specifically between Sam Cedar, Tim Pool, and Emma Vigeland, where he just got like mad about him. It's very, very funny. Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. if there's a clip of this, to be quite honest. Oh, the fact that there's an article, by the way, about the fact that Tim Pool decided to buy a skate park and then made it go to shit is really, really funny. That's funny as well. I forgot he did that. Was it this?
Other.
I'm trying to think. Was it this video?
Any
transcript, save me. There's no transcript. I'm gonna fuck myself.
other like someone just. All right, good. Tim, Sam Cedar seems to think you are afraid to debate him, claiming that you asked him to come on the show during COVID as his excuse for not coming on. Would you publicly ask him to come on the show? So the issue with Sam is, I've known him for a really long time, and I made a tweet where I was like, we typically invite people on the left to come on the show, and then...
No, this is before. That's after the Emma Vigeland debate. Don't want this. It's not exactly what I'm fucking looking for. This is 2 years ago. Did he delete that video? This is very important. Actually, it might still be good for me to bring this up. I'm just gonna watch this whole thing just in case then. Oh, it's so important that I fucking find this. Can't fucking find it. There is a clip. of Sam basically saying on his show live that Tim Pool was looking at the reaction of his audience, and he was looking at it and saying like, oh, they're mad at me. Sam asks, well, why are they mad at you? And Tim Pool explicitly says, well, they're mad because I've been agreeing with you too much. Which pretty much tells you everything you need to know about fucking Tim Pool. For him, it's always been about audience retention. That's it. He doesn't care about getting to like some kind of truth or whatever. He doesn't give a shit about any of that stuff. He just wants to make content and grift. That's it. He's just a fucking grifter. Believes in nothing. But I can't find that clip. It's actually probably the most important clip specifically. It's so important. Because it's, I mean, it pretty much, it says everything you need to know instantaneously. I don't know where it is either. I have no idea what the name of the video is. But it was a video that Sam was talking about it, and it was right after his debate with Tim Pool, where he actually went into Tim Pool's studio. This would have been about a year ago. I'm not sure if it's on like a clip channel or something. I have no idea. It's fine. Considering how late it is, I was probably also going to try to cover Zoran Mamdani being a Giga Chad. Oh wait, no, I should cover the Trump. Probably actually cover some of the things that are actually in the fucking title. I just have to write this stuff. Congress pushback. And we have all the other stuff that I want to write. Okay. God, I have so much fucking shit on my docket, dude. I really wish we could have found that. Actually, let me put this all together. Actually, no. We'll actually do that as well. Throw that in there. Should be fine. Okay. Don't think I really need anything else. Alright. Shut your mouth. Alright. Let's get started with this shit. Some pushback, some potential maybe good news, specifically from Congress. I guess for once. I shouldn't necessarily say good news. The only reason why 17 Republicans are joining Democrats, specifically on a 3-year extension of the ACA Obamacare subsidies. Quick reminder. If you're currently the ACA tax subsidies that there was a government shutdown over that Chuck Schumer basically allowed to lapse by having 8 other Democrats take the bullet for him. Thank you, Chuck Schumer. Very fucking cool for allowing a opportunity to just waste away for no reason yet again, despite the fact that, broadly speaking, yeah, the Democrats were seen as winning the fucking shutdown and then making himself look bad for literally no fucking reason, but whatever. The ACA subsidies expired and people's premiums significantly skyrocketed. Plenty of instances of it doubling or tripling or even quadrupling because Guys, it turns out having healthcare be a commodity, it's kind of a bad thing. Kind of fucking stupid, really, really fucking dumb, but I digress. Whatever. The thing is now these 17 Republicans that more than likely voted alongside the Democrats in passing and bucking the sort of Republicans on this, or the Republican Party line on this specifically, because they've been wanting to get rid of the ACA and essentially have no replacement. Because they don't have a healthcare policy. They've been saying for the past decade, pretty much, that they have a healthcare policy. They've never presented a healthcare policy, which means they don't have one. Pretty fucking simple, right? They keep saying, like, yeah, we got something, we have something, we totally have something. Guys, we totally have something. Guys, we really do have something. Guys, we totally have something. And then it's always just been like, oh, actually, guys, we've had nothing this whole time. As expected from the Republicans, all they want you to do is just suffer and die. Like that, honestly, sometimes it really, really is that simple with these people. They just want you to suffer and die. For what exactly? Line must go up at all costs. But now, there are a bunch of Republicans in either blue districts or very vulnerable purple districts who are just like, if we don't extend these fucking subsidies, I'm going to lose my district. They're probably still going to lose their district anyways because everybody fucking hates them and the president is actively extremely unpopular, but they're trying to save their own asses politically, but I still think they're completely fucking grass. Like, even if you run like a rock, they're still probably going to lose. But more importantly, I want to mostly talk about how Donald Trump, I think he just wants to go to war with more people. I'm going to be quite honest here. We're also talking about like Congress's sort of rebukes of the kind of presidency and the sort of policy platform that's like going on here. Let's be honest here. This is very, very minor procedural sort of stuff. Again, that's not a veto-proof majority. By the way, this is not about 60% of the House. So if this does also pass the Senate, it's probably likely, he's just going to veto it. More than likely. He's not going to fucking sign that shit into law. Unironically, he vetoed a law, and this is a law that was bipartisan from Lauren Boebert. Went up through both chambers of Congress, bipartisan bill, wasn't veto-proof, of course, and the president just vetoed it. When people say, and by the way, this would have helped bring regulations for chemical companies that are poisoning the water supply of southeastern and I think also parts of southwestern, more rural parts of Colorado. These are his constituents. These are districts that have voted for him about plus 80% or some shit. Very much so, very Republican. Voted for them. He just said, fuck you. Regulations for my hecking constituents so they're able to live longer? Meh. I hope they are able to sort of understand this, that President Trump has never cared about you. He hates you. He sees you as country fucking blumpkins and would prefer for you to all suffer. Because again, if all these country blumpkins can suffer more for the sort of, line to go up by 0.2%, Donald Trump takes that trade every single fucking time. But anywho, a significant procedural vote was able to pass in terms of the War Powers Resolution in the Senate, 52-47. Now, we've talked about this before, but the War Powers Resolution, before the regime change happened within Venezuela, did not pass the fucking House. And 3 Democrats voted alongside the Republicans on that. They should all be primaried. Those Democrats, by the way. Like, get rid of them. I think, Henry Cuellar was one of them. Demon. You should vote for Jessica Cisneros, who's, I believe, running in Henry Cuellar's district. And I believe that race was really, really close last time. Get rid of Henry Cuellar, corrupt piece of shit, pro-life in the Democratic Party for some fucking reason. Very cool. And, yeah, dog shit. She is. Thank you, Boy Meets Spinny. You should vote for Jessica Cisneros. So, of course, this measure backs limits that will block Trump from further Venezuelan military action without congressional authorization. Finally, Congress is doing its fucking responsibility of trying to rein in the executive from basically just declaring war on anyone. taking back some of its fucking responsibilities, because Congress is the main body that is supposed to declare war, not the president. He can't just unilaterally declare war on people. Not allowed to do that. It has to go through Congress. But the Senate abdicated that responsibility decades ago because of George Bush's unitary executive theory fucking bullshit, thanks to the invasion of Iraq. And same with the first invasion of Iraq by George Bush fucking Sr. Again, Congress has long ago abdicated its responsibility, and now it's trying to, like, I don't know, cope, seethe, mold, shit, fart its pants to try to be like, guys, we know we fucked up really badly here, but trust me, we can totally fix this, bros. We totally got this. So, of course, the President of the United States is mad about this, very fucking pissed. Republicans should be ashamed of the senators that just voted with Democrats in attempting to take away our powers to fight and defend the United States of America by doing it an illegal, aggressive regime change on the Venezuelans for like no reason. Okay, dude. Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, Rand Paul, Josh Hawley, and Todd Young should never be elected to office again. I have no idea how effective this is going to be from the president, to be quite honest. I don't, like, anytime, because, okay, this has been sort of pointed out before, and Lauren Boebert, by the way, also pointed out this exact same thing. Same with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massie, the people who basically said, I don't think these are MAGA heavy hitters, by the way, Boy Meets Mini, not really. But basically, these are people who said that the reason why the Republicans are not going along with actual good sort of legislation that's bipartisan in nature is just because they're afraid of a mean fucking tweet. And I unironically don't disagree with that assessment right there. I think that's actually true. They're afraid of just a single fucking mean tweet. Genuinely fucking pathetic from Congress. You people are senators. You have a lot of power to be able to check this fucking executive, and you're afraid of a mean fucking tweet. Pathetic. This vote greatly hampers American self-defense and national security by aggressively attacking Venezuela. Okay, dude. Impeding the president's authority as commander-in-chief. In any event, and despite their stupidity. By the way, like, I don't know how many times this needs to be said. You can't declare war. Like, the executive does not have the ability to just unilaterally declare war on adversaries or those who he perceives to be adversaries. It's stupid. Despite their stupidity, the War Powers Act is unconstitutional, totally violating Article 2 of the Constitution, as all presidents and their Department of Justice have determined before me. So the only reason why this argument could potentially work is because of how long Congress has abdicated its responsibility to be the main body that declares war. I don't know how many times this needs to be said. Congress are the main people, the main body that declares war. Yeah. It's not you, buddy. It's not you. The founding fathers unironically wrote, unless you have like some schizophrenic interpretation of Article 2 of the Constitution, that's probably it. The president is not the dude who can just unilaterally just declare war and attack people, especially in the case of Venezuela, which just has like no case whatsoever. Like, nonsense. Coming up with like trumped up random narco trafficking charges and random gun charges on Nicolas Maduro for what exactly? Oh, just because, again, you're still salty about the fact that your coup attempt in 2019 was such a fucking failure. Like, that's literally the reason why he's doing this regime change within Venezuela. That, and he wants to get the oil. He literally said he wants to get the oil. And even though, like, the oil companies themselves have said, like, yeah, we don't want to touch that shit with a 10-foot fucking pole. So how are you going to get the oil now, Don? How are you going to get them? It's stupid. Nevertheless, a more important Senate vote will be taking place next week on this very subject. Well, I guess it's not going to really work out very, very well for Trump if this procedural vote went in. But there's also been some interesting stuff happening in terms of Donald Trump deciding to pull the United States from their sort of I guess, world hegemon, world superpower sort of status by basically pulling out of a bunch of global organizations. And it's a lot. 66 of them in total. And it's a big old list. Various, like, climate change sort of initiatives. Oh, counterterrorism forum. Very interesting. I wonder why. I guess Donald Trump now supports terrorism if he's doing that. But it's mostly a bunch of climate change stuff, things that would look to regulate mining, things that would look to promote sort of like green energy adoption and shit like that. Because again, for whatever reason, this dumbass seems to think he can just... I'm just going to drill, baby, drill. I'm just going to keep drilling and it's going to work. But anything to do with the environment, anything to do... with the International Trade Center, interesting, and anything to do with like international sort of law and further sort of isolating himself from the rest of the world. For what purpose exactly? I don't know, because he wants to keep doing his like weird fucking Pax Americana fucking bullshit. Like that's unironically what it is. It's so fucking stupid. Fun fact, most of those companies that left Venezuela after the heavy crude got nationalized went to Canada for Canada's heavy crude. Shocker. American oil companies are ill-equipped, apparently, for that oil. Apparently, that's actually not the case, Alex. It turns out there are a bunch of specific oil refineries within the southern parts of Texas and around Louisiana that is meant to refine that heavy crude. But that's why they've been importing a bunch of Venezuelan heavy crude, so then they can just easily ship it in and just process it over there. There are facilities in the northern parts of the United States of America, but it's not as frequent, I guess frequent, as that of the, of what's in the South, basically. Oh, maybe to process it. Yeah, not to extract, but to process, right? America has the refineries to process that heavy crude. Process, to extract? No, I don't think they have that. Not as big of spades. So yeah, basically... Trump is just salty about the fact that some of his power is finally being challenged somewhat by fucking Congress, I guess. If barely, like maybe like a tiny little slap on the wrist, like, hey, we still exist here. We still have a job. Go fuck yourself, you stupid bitch. And at least, I guess it's like, I suppose it's like literally better than fucking nothing, specifically here by Congress. At the very least, you know, ACA subsidies, are they going to go back in place? Probably not. Donald Trump's probably going to veto that shit because, again, he just wants you to die. Unironically, he just wants people to die from easily preventable diseases. And, you know, at the very least, some form of procedural vote is trying to go through to limit some of the actions of the president using Congress's, well, ability to be able to control the president's sort of impetuous sort of desires to just want to bomb the shit out of whoever the fuck he feels like. So at the very least, I guess that's something. If this is allowed to go through, it probably won't. It's going to have to go to the House. And the House basically just said with the first initial vote for a war powers resolution on Venezuela, they said, like, no. So it's probably going to fail. I don't think that this is really going to go anywhere whatsoever. And again, generally speaking, the Americans are just trying to self-isolate themselves more and more and more. For what purpose exactly? I don't know. So they can pursue their, like, dumbass fucking Pax Americana, Don Road doctrine bullshit. It's completely fucking nonsensical, as always. I wouldn't really expect anything less from Donald Trump, who, I don't know, I guess seemingly just wants to secure some legacy for himself. For what purpose exactly? Just nonsense fucking bullshit. Because he just wants to... Because, unironically, Donald Trump's sort of foreign policy is really childish and simple. Basically, he just thinks that, well, we're the strongest country, we're the superpower, so we can just do whatever we want. It's just like, that's not how that works, right? The reason why America has its superpower status is because they're allied to a bunch of nations, whether forcibly or through economic sort of productivity. But, you know, that sort of stuff, that sort of idea is being significantly challenged because of all the pulling back that Donald Trump is doing himself. Why? Because he's just a dumbass. Unironically, he's just a fucking dumbass. I don't think there's really much else to say besides more abdication of soft power being done by the President of the United States and is affecting America's standing in the world. Which is probably a good thing, because fuck America. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Ooh, there's one other thing I need to grab real quick. It's very, very important, actually. Ba-doo-ba-doo. No, why'd the browser crash? Why did you crash like this? God fucking damn it. Oh no, Opera GX is not responding. Based. No, my browser crashed. Now I'm gonna have to get all this shit back. It's annoying. Just wanted to grab one more thing and the browser crashes on me. Bastard. That's okay. I got all my shit back. Hell yeah. Alright, nothing happened. There we go. Why did this shit crash? Just did. There's one more thing I need to grab. Ugh. I need to find the thing in the New York Times where Trump apparently saw the video and was just like, oh wow, that's actually really bad. So funny, dude. There we go. Lovely. Ooh, this is okay, perfect. I wanted the excerpt itself. Even better. Got exactly what I was looking for. No one cares about JD Vance. He's a rapist. Probably. Need that as well. I think I'm going to do a little Factorioing. Do not want to change that size specifically, but that's okay. So I want to finish up this damn planet. I mean, I only have to make like 2 more things, basically. And that is the batteries, flying robot frames. That's all I need to do. We're going to be listening to dumbass JD Vance speak, so. Lovely. Alright. Let's start with this bullshit. So, of course, as we all know, the terrorist organization known as Immigrations and Customs Enforcement decided to basically carry out a hit on an innocent woman. I don't really care about what the, dumb fuck conservatives have to say to justify the actions that we're taking here, specifically by these rapists, pillagers, murderers, raiders. I don't know, throw the book of slurs at these people, these subhumans, these barely humans, these complete psychotic fucking collection of freaks who basically just decided to murder a woman in cold blood. For what purpose exactly? Nah. Just because they fucking could. We've all seen the video. We've seen the breakdown. Conservatives can eat my shit and suck my fucking dick about... she was, not complying with the officer. She was just not, hecking a Reno... doing what was told of her to do, blah 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 blah. Nah. I don't give a shit about any of that bullshit. You can fuck right off with all this stupid fuck shit. You demonic fucking creatures known as conservatives. Anything that you say is just going to be inherently fucking debunked and fucking ridiculous. Because again, all the things that they constantly are accusing of what Renee Nicole Good did is fucking bullshit. They just say these particular things in order to try to vice signal and just come up with excuses to, allow these little fucking Storm Brigader little fucking dipshits, these fucking brown shirts, these fucking complete freaks be allowed to operate with complete impunity within American cities, without any sort of oversight whatsoever in terms of any of their actions. Because again, we're dealing with a bunch of fucking freaks here. But there was a memorial service, of course, funeral service for the affected party here, of course, because humans are humans, and fundamentally speaking, most of the American people fundamentally understand that what happened was ISIS' fault and is just wholeheartedly fucking unjustified. And the fact the administration, trust me, we'll get to JD Vance, is trying to justify the actions of this fucking officer who killed a woman innocently and in cold blood, pretty much should just tell you one thing and one thing only. These people are all a bunch of freaks. That you can't have rapport with fucking conservatives. I'm gonna be quite honest here. These people are all fucking freaks, and should be all socially ostracized, not allowed to participate within society. But here's an ice freak basically deciding to kick over the candles lit in Renee Good's memory.
Really, you fucking punk? That's what you're gonna fucking do?
What?
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 What? Do you know what
Back
the fuck
up.
is that is for?
Back up.
What is that for?
Back up.
What is that for?
Back up.
What is that for?
Back up.
You're gonna push me? What?
Doesn't have to fucking back up. Fuck you, bitch. Bro is just like, bro, you just literally kicked over a candle for no fucking reason. Like, why would you do that? Oh, because these people, like, again, when I say that these people are just marauders, just non-contributants within society, and they just want to see basically people just eat shit, suffer, and die, this is exactly what I fucking mean. These people are fucking demons, not human. To classify them as such would be a service to these people, and they are just wholeheartedly just demons. They're demons. They are demons. They're demons. They're demon people. They're terrible, and they should eat shit.
What is that for?
Back up.
What was that
I don't
for?
give a fuck.
You don't give a fuck about
Back
her?
up.
Bro, this is why we're here.
Back up.
This is why we're here.
Back up.
What's her name? Renee
You should
Good?
back up.
Back up.
And you fucking, that's a memorial to her. That's a memorial to her. Really? You
Fucking pigs. All of these people. All of these people. Remember their fucking faces. All of these fucking pieces of shit. Remember them, because they murdered her in fucking cold blood. Didn't give a flying fuck about it. Just, whatever. Kick over the memorial because clearly she was trying to go after, she's a terrorist trying to go after one of her own. Clearly, folks. Very, very cool. Obviously, we have, I don't know, a Nazi? Probably a fucking Nazi. Calling for violence while standing next to ICE. Is ICE, again, going to do anything about this clear fucking belligerent moron calling for violence against fellow Americans? Probably not, because they commit violence against fellow Americans all the fucking time. What do we have here?
The storm is here. When we come, one, we go all. No one can stop what is coming.
I thought, like, Donald Trump being put into power during 2016 was the fucking storm coming. Like, what the fuck is this, dude? Like, we got a fucking QAnon freak still allowed to, like, roam the fucking streets, dude? Really? Okay, bro. Nice fucking meme, bro.
Get here, guys. We need you in Minnesota. These people are fucking terrible.
Also, fucking, by the way, real quick, like, Donald Trump's in the fucking Epstein files. Why, like, what credibility does QAnon have ever at this point? Like, Trump's in the Epstein files. And you guys are still gonna, I don't know, like, try to vice signal about fucking, child rape and murder and blood sacrifices and all this bullshit? Okay, nice meme, bro.
Patriots, get out here. We need the backup. And all you liberal commie motherfuckers, keep your hands to yourself or you're gonna get hurt today, alright? We execute.
What are you gonna do, you fucking spindly little twink? You're like a fucking stick, little bro. Like, wait, like, what are you gonna do? Try to, like, fondle people's balls too much or something? Like, okay, bro. Like, nice fucking meme. Like, again, like, I don't know, fucking loser ass fucking fascist behavior, because, again, these people are just a bunch of fucking losers. Like, you know, what are you gonna do, you fucking prissy little fucking gay boy? What, you gonna... You gonna, like, do a little slap against the libtards or whatever who are protesting the fact that this roving band of, like, fascist marauders decided to fucking just kill someone for, like, no fucking reason? Like, okay, you little fucking twink boy, get the fuck out of here.
Hey, we executed one of you yesterday. We executed one of you yesterday. You understand that?
Not a human, by the way.
Don't give them trolls. Don't give them a press. You're just talking to white supremacists. Do not give them your attention. Do not give them attention.
You guys keep playing stupid games. You're gonna keep getting stupid prizes. The storm.
Dude, I don't know. Like, this person is just fucking gay. Like, what else are you supposed to say about this besides, like, why the fuck is this stupid ass fucking twink yelling at me? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Go, I don't know, go fucking suck some cock or something. Like, enjoy life for once in your life, you stupid, miserable fucking wretch. Like, suck some dick. Maybe you'll be happier in life instead of being, like, the miserable, like, little wretch that you currently are. I don't know, like, maybe you'll be able to find a partner in your life who will actually love you for who you are. But I don't know. Here you are instead, just basically being like, "Oh yeah, I'm glad that Renee Good got fucking murdered. For what exactly? I don't know. Here's my here's me basically like schizophrenically talking about like fucking QAnon for some reason, a dead fucking conspiracy theory because fucking Donald Trump's in the Jeffrey Epstein files. Like, nice fucking meme. But here's like probably I think the funniest thing out of all of this. So Donald Trump talking with I think it was like 4 different reporters from the New York Times, right? And I think this is probably this is the funniest thing that you can focus on, hyper focus on specifically with this whole sort of interaction here with Trump specifically. And it tells you a lot basically about this sort of like, I guess, propaganda mill that the Republicans have been consistently running. Trump was shown the video on, by the way, a little laptop like this. In the interview, of course, he initially started defending the actions of the ICE officer, quote unquote, saying that, yeah, it was justified, absolutely. And of course, we all know about his like dumbass tweet basically reaffirming the conspiratorial positions, of course, because, again, just a freak, whatever, or brain leaking out of his ears, so his handlers just tell him what to say. Because I really do think that this is just an instance of his handlers just basically telling him what to say. Just is saying, like, okay, this is what you're going to truth out here. This exactly right here. Like, the fact that this excerpt is in this New York Times article pretty much says everything. Before the video began, Mr. Trump acknowledged the tragic nature of the shooting. With all of it being said, no, I don't like that happening, he said, before pivoting to his common refrain criticizing illegal immigration. As a slow motion surveillance video of the shooting played on the laptop, we told him that this angle did not appear to show an ICE officer had been run over. Well, Mr. Trump said, the way I look at it, it's a terrible scene, Mr. Trump said at the end of the video. Should pretty much tell you exactly everything you need to know here. This is incredibly fucking revealing here from the president. He was just told to fucking tweet out some random fucking schizo shit because one of his handlers said, like, yo, just fucking say this dumbass shit, okay? We just need you to say this specifically, whatever. It's like, and then his, like, because of his brain leaking out of his ears, because he's really fucking old, and he's constantly afraid of dying, so he wants to be able to secure some fucking legacy for himself. He also broadly has acknowledged that, oh, yeah, this shit right here is actually wholeheartedly, just like, can't be fucking defended, is completely fucking indefensible. But, you know, is there going to be any fucking consequences for these actions? Probably not, because, whatever. The Democrats are just being wholeheartedly complicit in a lot of the actions of the current administration, so that's really fucking cool. I think it's horrible to watch. No, I hate to see it. But did this fatal shooting mean his ICE operation had gone too far? Mr. Trump sidestepped the question, instead blaming his predecessor's immigration policies. Again, obviously stupid for a lot of fucking goddamn reasons. JD Vance, however. So, the administration is fucking desperate if they now have to start bringing out JD fucking Vance in order to start defending this shit. Like, the wholeheartedly, and I mean wholeheartedly, very clear, just indefensible actions of the administration here. And guess what? The vice president is now coming out to have to fucking defend these actions. Why don't we take a look? Well, there's Caroline Leavitt.
Let me be clear. President Trump and his entire administration stand fully behind the heroic men and women of ICE and will always uphold law and order in the United States of America. The deadly incident that took place in Minnesota yesterday occurred as a result of a larger, sinister, left-wing movement that has spread across our country, where our brave men and women of federal law enforcement are under organized attack.
What the fuck, man? Genuinely, like, what are you supposed to say about this? Like, yeah, dude, left-wing agitators to force that ICE officer to fucking shoot the to shoot that woman or something. Like, okay, bro, nice meme, dude.
Right now, immigration and customs enforcement officers are facing a 1,200% increase in assaults, a 3,200% increase in vehicle rammings, and an
Poor
8,000% increase in death threats.
Poor
ICE agents
Bubby.
are faithfully enforcing federal law to protect the safety of the American people by removing criminal illegal aliens from our country, which is exactly what nearly 80 million Americans elected President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance to do. Radicals in the Democrat Party are furious over this. They don't want our border secured or criminal illegal aliens being removed. As a result,
sure.
Democrats are impeding immigration enforcement operations daily, creating extremely heightened and dangerous circumstances.
Well, no, they're impeding those actions because those actions are all illegal and have been deemed as illegal by multiple fucking courts. So, again, cope and fucking seethe about it.
Make it nearly impossible for the men and women of law enforcement to simply do their jobs. Democrats are calling to defund federal law
Yeah, not
enforcement
the
agencies
death
who are
threats.
protecting public safety. And Democrats are calling to abolish ICE and defund the police. That will never be allowed to happen under this president and
I'm just so curious, which mainstream sort of Democratic politician has called for the defunding of the police? Every time you ask this question of a Republican, you get, like, no fucking answers from them because it just hasn't fucking happened. Like, and also, again, they still don't understand what exactly defund the police means anyways, because they don't care to learn about what defund the police is essentially supposed to mean. Defund the police is simply just talking about the fact that maybe the police having such a high amount of funding allocated for basically trying to fix all of society's problems might be kind of a bad thing, guys, actually.
Vice President. The Trump administration will redouble our efforts to get the worst of the worst, criminal, illegal alien killers, rapists, and pedophiles off of American streets. The Department of Homeland
sure.
Security will continue to operate on the ground in Minnesota, not only to remove criminal, illegal aliens,
Yeah, you're not going to do anything about Trump being in the Epstein files? I'm just saying.
but also to continue conducting door-to-door investigations of the rampant fraud that has taken place in the state under the failed and corrupt leadership of Democrat Governor Tim Walz. Taxpayers have been
Again, let's never forget the main reasoning for as to why this schizophrenic fucking bullshit even happened to begin with. Because of that fucking dumbass moron, Nick Shirley, releasing his schizo video saying, there's obvious fraud here. I am just doing my investigation. Look at my video. I'm really good at this. When his like whole narrative basically fell apart after CNN asked some very simple follow-up questions.
been ripped off to the tune of billions of dollars in this one state alone, and that is going to end, and people are going to be held accountable. The Trump administration has activated thousands of federal agents, doubled the number of U.S. attorneys in the DOJ office in Minneapolis, and surged resources to hold fraudsters accountable and demand justice for law-abiding American taxpayers and citizens across our country. And that's what brings the Vice President out here with me today to discuss all the Trump administration is doing and to make an additional important announcement on this front. So please, Mr. Vice President, will be joining us now.
By the way, the administration has to be ridiculously ridiculously fucking desperate to have to pull out the vice president in order to basically go against these people to start talking about this shit. Like, you have to be like in a fucked position to have to bring out J.D. Vance to do this. And by the way, so far my man came out with the attempted debate bro fucking arguments against what happened specifically to Renee Good. Let's be quite honest here. This is all fucking bullshit. This is all lies. You're part of basically a cohort of anti-fucking intellectuals and grifters and cynical fucking morons. Like, they don't give a shit about the pretext of debate. These people, like, that shit is basically fucking dead. Like, why are you trying to debate? Like, what is the fucking point here? Like, do you think you're trying, like, you're gonna convince liberals with your fucking arguments here? You're not gonna convince anyone. It's blatant and obvious if you just look at any of the breakdowns into this. It is just wholeheartedly unjustified what that ICE agent did. So, I don't know, you trying to attempt to intellectualize this and make a debate out of it, which is basically like J.D. Vance's whole shtick. He tries to be like an internet fucking debate bro because he's a fucking like weird little groiper. And that's like just basically his fucking shtick. Just weird little fucking groiper activities. Like, it's just going to make you look extremely fucking ridiculous. It's going to make him look stupid because, again, he's trying to defend the indefensible.
Great. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And I want to echo some of what Carolyn said about what we're doing to combat the rampant fraud that exists in our immigration system, thanks to failed politicians and thanks to people who allow the American taxpayer to be taken advantage of for far too long. I think it's important to understand why this matters to the American people. I am a father of 3 young kids, a lot of people in my generation. What is that going on there? Is that normal? Okay. CNN installed this broken camera just to throw me off my game, but it's not going to work. So here's the simple fact here.
Not going to work, folks.
Struggling to afford childcare in the United States of America, there are programs that we have to make it easier for your kids to get in daycare, for your kids to get in preschool. Those programs should go to American citizens, not be defrauded by Somali immigrants and others. Make it hard for you to get the access to the resources you need. But number 2, two, making it easier for people who shouldn't even be in this country to fleece the United States and our tax.
By the way, this is probably going to be used as an excuse to try to go after universal child care. 1,000 fucking %. I do believe that this is probably going to be not the immigration's, but the administration's excuse to try to go after child care within the United States of America. The sort of, like, I guess, extremely threadbare social safety nets that exist within the United States in general. Like, because honestly, conservatives, like I've said before, they don't actually care about child care. They just prefer to have people suffer. Like, that's real. Honestly, like, if you just drop all the fucking pretexts of these people, I don't know, trying to look like intellectual fucking savants and just operate under the general sort of assumption, not assumption, general sort of consensus that these people only exist to make you suffer, then, I don't know, analysis just gets way, way easier.
Taxpayers to begin with. We have actually activated a major interagency task force to make it possible to get to the heart of this fraud. We have Department of Agriculture resources that are focused on SNAP fraud, so that people who need food benefits can get them, but illegal aliens and other fraudsters don't. We have over 1,500.
I don't know how many times this needs to be said. Non-citizens already do not have access to this. Anytime that fraud was trying to be found, they never found it. Doge couldn't find that shit. You certainly couldn't find that shit. The DOJ certainly couldn't find that shit. All of your stupid administrations and sort of like task force, every time they try to find fraud, they never end up finding any fucking goddamn fraud. And one, like, dumb fuck YouTuber's video talking about, like, yeah, there's totally a bunch of fraud here, is certainly not going to change that dynamic.
100 subpoenas the Department of Justice has issued to get to the heart of the fraud ring. We've done almost 100 indictments, mostly Somali immigrants, but also a few others. And of course, we're looking in with broad investigatory authority to a number of the instances of wrongdoing that we've seen in Minneapolis.
Of course,
we also want to
mostly
expand this.
Somalis,
We know that the fraud isn't just
of
happening in
course.
Minneapolis, it's also happening in states like Ohio. It's happening in states like California. And so what we're doing in order to help coordinate this remarkable interagency effort from the Trump administration, but also to make sure that we prosecute the bad guys and do it as swiftly and efficiently as possible, is we are creating a new Assistant Attorney General position who will have nationwide jurisdiction over the issue of fraud. Now, of course, that person's efforts will start and focus primarily in Minnesota, but it is going to be a nationwide effort because, unfortunately, the American people have been defrauded in a very nationwide way. I want to thank a couple people for the cooperation, particularly Pam Bondi.
Like, again, I'm trying to think, like, okay, we know that there's currently a DOJ investigation of fraud of Somalis, right? Okay, we don't disagree with this, all right? And that's currently ongoing. It started under the Biden DOJ specifically, where they're looking into fraud. Okay, that's already happening. What evidence is there to suggest that it is the entirety, like, of the Somali sort of community that's doing this? That this is happening all across, and I mean all across the United States of America. What's the evidence for any of this stuff? Has the administration provided anything whatsoever? Again, this is more so a way to probably go after universal child care, right? We're gonna, like, just real quick. Zoran Mamdani recently, and I mean recently, passed some, along with Kathy Hochul, passed some major legislation for New York, for New Yorkers, basically addressing the problems of childcare, right? Or, like, you know, how expensive childcare is in America by looking to invest in universal sort of childcare. Is the administration going to try to destroy that now? Just, like, go after Zoran Mamdani's sort of huge fucking piece of legislation that's been passed recently, because he, like, alongside the governor, passed some major significant legislation, and it's going to only benefit the American people. I mean, like I've said before, anything possible to not benefit the American people, conservatives, they'll just, like, yeah, they'll fucking just do it. They don't give a shit. They just want people to suffer, like, unironically.
Our Attorney General, first of all, for getting a lot of resources to Minneapolis to start to investigate and prosecute this fraud, really at an industrial scale. We've never seen fraud like this in the history of our country. Pam has been doing a great job to get the resources there to uncover it, but importantly, creating a job like this often takes months, sometimes even longer. When we realized that we needed this Associate Attorney General position, Pam got this person up and running in about a week. We're going to make the nomination, hopefully in the next few days. We'll obviously let you guys know who that is when we do it. I've talked to Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who has promised me swift confirmation for this official, but this is the person who's going to make sure that we stop defrauding the American people. Here's one final thing I'll say about this. I've heard a lot of people say that we need a special counsel to investigate fraud in the United States of America. I actually agree, and that's what this position does. It has all the benefits, all the resources, all the authority of a special counsel, but with two crucial differences. Number one, it will be run out of the White House under the supervision of me and the President of the United States. And number two, it's actually constitutionally legitimate. As you guys may know, the special counsel statute has some major constitutional questions. When we get the bad guys, we want to make sure we get them permanently, and they don't have some legal technicality they can get out of, which is...
You know, what do you think is the likelihood this shit's not going to be sort of like legally constitutional whatsoever? I'm willing to make that bet, honestly. I'm willing to make that bet that this is not going to be constitutional whatsoever. Because again, like this shit is going to be like it's the Trump administration. They're incredibly incompetent. They will do anything extrajudiciously, like constantly. Like these people are all a bunch of liars.
Which is why we set it up as an associate attorney general. I'll take some questions, but I want to make just one final observation here. When I was actually walking out here, somebody sent me a photo of a CNN headline about what happened in Minneapolis. And this is the headline, I'm just going to read it. Outrage after ICE officer kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis. Well, that's one way to put it, and that is the way that many people in the corporate media have put this attack over the last 24 hours. And I say attack very, very intentionally, because this was an attack on federal...
No, this is... No, that's what we call a fact, JD. That, yeah, you can huff that fucking copium. No, like, she just got killed by ICE. Unironically, like, she was murdered, she got killed. That is mainstream media doing accurate reporting there.
Law enforcement. This was an attack on law and order. This was an attack on the American people. The way that the media, by and large, has reported this story has been an absolute disgrace, and it puts our law enforcement officers at risk every single day. What that headline leaves out is the fact that that very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit...
I'm getting the fucking video. We're getting the fucking video again. Let me grab that real quick. Let's see. Where's Walter Masterson when you need him? There we go. I'm gonna bookmark this shit. So this is the third time that I've played this exact same fucking breakdown. By the way, this is incredibly fucking comprehensive. Now, are the dumbass fucking goddamn freaks going to care about this? Probably not. But JD, this is for you specifically, big man. Why don't we take a look?
Can go frame by frame on this one. Keep an eye on this guy, the cold-blooded murderer, who's no doubt going to claim that he was afraid that his life was in danger, or whatever. For someone who's gonna no doubt claim that, he sure doesn't seem to be in any hurry to move out of the way. See, here you can see that instead of moving out of the way, he actually decides to draw his weapon and actually plant himself more firmly. In fact, he's leaning over the hood of the car right now. On purpose. If you go frame by frame, you can see his feet are actually beside the vehicle at this point. And there is the first time he pulls the trigger, when again, both of his...
Now, again, all the dumb fuck 3 IQ, barely brain functioning conservatives would make the instantaneous claims of like, oh, well, if you look at this angle, you could see that there was a bullet hole that came in the front of the vehicle, so clearly that means she purposefully was trying to run over that officer. All right. This is the vehicle right here. I am the ICE officer. Pop, pop, pop. Whoa, wait, what? Oh my, oh, holy fucking shit, conservatives. Wow, it's about as easy as I can still be at the side here and shoot the fucking front of the window because my arms can move in a 3D space. But unfortunately for conservatives, they are fucking idiots.
Feet show that he has fully cleared the front of that vehicle. And then the next two shots happen here and then here. Both of which, where he's very clearly having to aim through the driver's side window and actually appears to be running after the vehicle to catch up to it. This, by the way...
By the way, if this dude was like so intent on trying to do something to try to like stop this vehicle, not to stop the vehicle. By the way, you need to have probable cause to basically open up someone's fucking goddamn vehicle. You can't just, in the United States of America, an officer can't just like start randomly opening the car windows, not the windows, but the doors of people's cars. That is against the law, by the way. But then again, ICE has never really given much of a shit at all about the rule of law. They have never given a flying fuck about any of that shit. Because again, we are talking about an impetuous sort of idiot band of roving marauders who just would prefer to see people suffer.
By the way, after very clearly signaling to the ICE officers to pass by her on that street, which she was very clearly not blocking nor obstructing, because moments earlier when she first started to pull out, another vehicle started pulling out similarly and crossed in front of her. So she was telling them—
So much for the fucking talking point of saying that she was obstructing the vehicle. Again, unless conservatives are like mind-numbingly fucking stupid, that's a rhetorical sort of trick. They are mind-numbingly fucking stupid. And this all of a sudden is no longer like a sort of universal sort of tell. Now, Boy Meets Mini, you're a car enthusiast. You like driving vehicles. I'm pretty sure under every sort of circumstance, doing this motion, now, you know, I'm not like a professional driver or anything, but doing this motion means, hey, just go. Just go, Smile. And everyone sort of understands that means just go. Everyone understands that. But unfortunately, the dumbass who just decided to come out of his vehicle for some fucking reason didn't get that. For whatever reason.
the next one to go on ahead. Not posing a threat, not obstructing, nor impeding anything. Would you look at that?
Very fucking comprehensive. And the video is fucking everywhere. JD Vance, I know that you're online all the time because you're like, I don't know, doing your best Groiper sort of cosplay or some shit. Pretty fucking comprehensive.
Sensitive about somebody ramming him with an automobile. What that headline leaves out is that that woman was there to interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation in the United States of America. What that headline leaves out is that that woman is part—
If she was interfering with a quote unquote legitimate law enforcement fucking operation, then she would have been blocking the other fucking lane when there was another vehicle that was also in front of her and not waving the agents forward. Okay, bro.
part of a broader left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and to make it impossible for our ICE officers to do their job. If the media wants to tell the truth, they ought to tell the truth that a group of left-wing radicals have been working tirelessly, sometimes using domestic terror techniques to try to make it impossible for the President of the United States to do what the American people elected him to do, which is enforce our immigration laws.
Like what fucking domestic terror techniques? Fucking taking their phones out and filming the actions of ICE and texting a bunch of watch groups within their community saying like, La Migra is here. Watch out for La Migra. That's apparently domestic terrorism to these fucking pussies.
The President stands with ICE, I stand with ICE, we stand with all of our law enforcement officers. And part of that is recognizing that you people in the media, not everybody in this room, but many people in this room have been lying about this attack. She was trying to ram this guy with her car. He shot back, he defended himself. He's already been seriously wounded in law enforcement operations before, and everybody who's been repeating a lie, this is some innocent woman who was out for a drive in Minneapolis, when a law enforcement officer shot at her, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Every single—
No, we now know that she was trying to pick up her fucking 6-year-old kid from school, by the way. So we now know that specifically. And again, ICE just decided to murder her in cold blood.
One of your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I wanted to read a quote from Jim Walz earlier today. He said, when things looked bleak, it was Minnesota's first that held the line for the nation on July 3rd, 1863, and I think we may be in that moment now. Can you comment on his rhetoric and Mayor Jacob Frey and whether they want to see unrest in Minneapolis?
Well, it's very tough rhetoric from a guy who just quit because his fraudulent activities have been uncovered. Look, Tim Walz is a joke. His entire administration has been a joke. The idea that he's some sort of freedom fighter, he's not. He's a guy who's enabled—
Yeah, I don't know, man. Basically, with I think like a 1-vote majority in Minnesota, he has passed universal child care, paid family leave, free school lunches, is incredibly popular in his fucking state. I don't know, like Minnesota in terms of child care is ranked as one of the top states within the United States of America. I don't know, he seems like he's been pretty successful as governor.
fraud and maybe in fact has participated in fraud. That's what this new assistant attorney general position is going to find out. I don't care what
Right,
anyone
I'm
says.
sure.
I care about getting to the bottom of this fraud for the American people, and I care about enforcing the nation's immigration laws. That's what we're going to stay focused on.
Isn't Tim Walz hated? I don't think so, Boy Meets Minnie. I think he's liked within Minnesota. He's hated nationwide.
Minnesota. This is going to stoke the fire against ICE agents. We're talking about ICE agents right now. Being concerned about what, if anything, is the administration going to do to make sure these folks are...
Oh, by the way, we're also talking... in terms of, like, all the questions here, it's mostly just probably going to be a bunch of, like, I don't know, 3 IQ schizophrenics who are going to be asking all the questions because this is the White House press pool specifically, and if you're like an actual journalist, yeah, you're not allowed to fucking participate in any of this shit. Like, what are you, fucking crazy? Well, you think that the Trump administration wants like actual fucking journalists at in the White House press pool who would ask actual questions? Fuck no. I mean, they unironically had Tim Pool in the press pool.
Protected during this protest, but also, should DHS sort of revisit their procedures here? Nobody wants to see America killed. Are there changes that need to be made to make sure something like this doesn't happen again?
But first of all, of course, nobody wants an American citizen to be killed. This is absolutely a tragedy, but it's a tragedy of the making of the far left. They have radicalized a very small segment of the population, taught them that ICE agents are engaging in wide-scale violation of people's rights. What are ICE officers doing?
Well, no, the courts have said that they are engaging in. It's not. This isn't far left Antifa agitation. The courts have constantly ruled against the actions of the administration, saying like, yeah, this shit that you guys are doing, it's illegal.
Is deporting the millions of criminal aliens that were let in during the Biden administration. So
also, yeah, by the way, I don't know why the fuck like JD Vance is trying to intellectualize all of this when it's all just a fucking lie. Everything they're saying is just a fucking lie. And again, we're talking about conservatives here. Conservatives are the most anti-intellectual fucking dumbasses on the fucking planet. Trying to do like, I don't know, like epic debate, bro, because I don't know, you're like a dumbass little groiper freak who is just like trying to LARP as the fucking president here is so fucking stupid, dude. Like, this is not going to accomplish anything. It's going to make him look like more of an idiot.
One, we have to say, as a matter of leadership, and I would appreciate if the Democrats would join me on this, let's be honest about the fact that we have way too many illegal aliens in this country. Our ICE officers should be supported in doing their job. You're trying to actually marshal the far-left lunatic fringe to engage in doxing, to try to make it impossible for them to enforce the law, and in some cases actually to engage in acts.
I know that this is a very difficult concept for conservatives to understand, but even if you're a federal officer, you still need to have clear, identifiable fucking information, right? It's complete, like this is what happens. Yeah, these people, by the way, are the radicals convincing you that ICE is trying to murder you. Yeah, totally. Like, for sure, Alex. The only reason why JD Vance wants full immunity for these officers is he wants to do exactly that to his immigrant wife. Oh, 1,000%. I think he's even wanted her to convert to Christianity, like, unironically. Like, duh. Yeah, he's a freak.
To domestic terrorism against our law enforcement officers. When you talk about different plans, different protocols, different policies, I forget exactly how you asked the question. Here's the simple fact. What we're going to do is make it easier for the American People's Administration to enforce the American People's law. And that means that Democrats have to stop rallying the mob against legitimate law enforcement operations. And that means that we are going to get tougher. And that's what this AAG position is about. We're going to get tougher at the people who are defrauding the United States by inciting violence against our law enforcement officers.
By the way, every single time these dumbasses talk about, oh, we're going to go after the idiots that are defrauding the United States of America, that's basically code for, yeah, we're probably going to cut some fucking welfare programs more or something. We're gonna have like the schizophrenics at Doge try to like find some random fucking schizo shit in the tomes of America, and them to basically not find anything in reality, and then try to like come up with an excuse to justify their fucking work.
That's one of the things that we're going to do. We've already started that work at the Department of Justice. We're going to keep on doing it, and this new AAG position is going to kick that into high gear.
President Vance, you just suggested that this woman who was killed, Renee Good, is part of a broader left-wing network. Who do you think is behind this broader left-wing network?
Well, it's one of the things we're going to have to figure out, but here's the way that I put it. When somebody throws a brick at an ICE agent, or somebody tries to...
Yeah, I don't know. They tried to find out who's like... by the way, like, one, I think it's like one of the positions at the FBI, while being asked questions by Congress, it's like, okay... you say you're trying to like find Antifa terrorists or whatever. Have you found anything? You want to know what the guy said? No, we didn't find shit.
To run over an ICE agent, who paid for the brick, and who told protesters to show up and engage in violent activity against our law enforcement officers.
Bro, you can just pick up a fucking rock from the ground, dude. Like, are you serious? Okay, whatever.
You see, just with this most recent terrible incident in Minneapolis, you see friends of this woman or other people who are eyewitnesses saying basically that she was there to engage in obstruction of a legitimate law enforcement operation. How did she get there? How did she learn about this? There's an entire network, and frankly, some of the media are participating in it, that is trying to incite violence against our law.
I know that you don't understand what this means, JD Vance, because
broadly speaking, like probably every community under the sun probably exists, but it's called a community watch. There are applications that have been made by Americans responsible for doing community watch. By the way, that your administration begged tech companies to basically take down from their app stores.
Law enforcement officers. It's ridiculous, it's preposterous, and part of our investigatory work is getting to the bottom of it. Who's funding it, who's supporting it, who's cheerleading it, and of course if there's illegal activity related to that, we're going to get to the bottom of that and prosecute it where we can.
Oh, I'm sure.
Is there a risk with you describing her as a deranged leftist, talking about very specific facts of these events, when an investigation is just beginning? Are you preempting a thorough investigation by drawing such conclusions? And have you received any information beyond the videos we've seen publicly about this individual, her specific acts, that has informed your point of view?
Well, first of all, the Department of Justice is going to investigate this. The Department of Homeland Security is already investigating this, but the simple fact is, what you see is what you get in this case. You have a woman who was trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. Nobody debates that. You have a woman who aimed her car at a law.
No, everybody fucking debates that. She was, again, waving the fucking ICE officers to go forward. They didn't do it. One of them decides to come out for some fucking reason and decides to fucking open the door to her car. Actually, JD, I think everybody's debating that.
Law enforcement officer and press on the accelerator. Nobody debates that. I can believe that her death is a tragedy, while also recognizing that it's a tragedy.
We played the video. I think everybody's debating that. Nonsense.
Of her own making, and a tragedy of the far left who has marshaled an entire movement, a lunatic fringe, against our law enforcement officers. I think what is clearly happening here is going to keep on happening unless the Democrats wake up and say, you know what, you don't have to agree with our immigration policies. You don't have to agree with.
By the way, ICE's I think approval rating is in the low 40s. Too high, by the way. It should be lower than that. But no, I think it's the American people basically saying, like, dude, we've had enough of these, like, stupid weirdos basically making all our communities worse for no reason. And you guys are still not doing anything about the affordability crisis.
With what the president or the vice president believe about immigration enforcement, but why don't you take this to the ballot box? Why don't you vote? Why don't you organize? Instead, what some of them are doing is encouraging people to get violent with our law enforcement officials. It's disgraceful and it's got to stop.
Just to follow on that question, again, thank you for taking questions, Mr. Vice President. There's clearly a lot of emotion in Minnesota, across the country, over this incident. You're calling Renee Good a deranged leftist. There's been heated rhetoric that we've also heard from officials. What responsibility do you and the president have to diffuse some of the tension that we are seeing play out in Minnesota, bring down the temperature as this investigation is unfolding?
What we have a responsibility to do is...
I'm not gonna lie, that's actually not a terrible fucking question, but these dumbasses are not gonna answer any of that because they don't think that they should have any responsibility for any of their actions whatsoever. Just like I've said before, conservatives wholeheartedly believe that they don't have to basically have any responsibility for anything that they say, anything that they consistently push, any of the harmful rhetoric that they espouse and they spew out into the fucking world. They don't have to take responsibility for anything whatsoever.
Is to protect the people who are enforcing the law and protect the country writ large. Whether you're Democrat or Republican, you deserve to have the people's laws enforced in the United States of America. Now again, I'm not happy that this woman lost her life. I'm not happy that this woman was there at a protest violating the law by interfering with a law enforcement action.
You sure about that? Again, wasn't interfering. Like, there was a whole lane's worth for the dumbass ICE vehicle to go through. The dude just didn't do it for some reason, and again, preferred to just try to get into the woman's vehicle. For what reason? I don't know. Maybe because he's a rapist or something. Who knows?
I think that we can all recognize that the best way to turn down the temperature is to tell people to take their concerns about immigration policy to the ballot box. Stop assaulting and stop inciting violence against our law enforcement officers.
Your dumbass is going to get fucking pummeled because of that. Like, your immigration policy is not popular. Like I said before, conservatives want a caste system where they can do no wrong and everyone else is a sinner worthy of death. Oh, 1000%, Boy Meets Mini.
That's the best way to take down the temperature. And we're not going to give in to terrorism on this. And that's exactly what's happening. People trying to antagonize, to commit acts of violence. They throw bricks at them. Sometimes they shoot at them. Sometimes they dox them. Sometimes they go to their place of residence and harass their families. This is classic terrorism.
I don't know how many times this has to be fucking said to conservatives, but officers are supposed to have clear identifiable information. Even federal fucking officers are supposed to have clear identifiable information. The FBI, under Kash Patel, himself literally said that, yeah, having masked fucking operators is actually making our job way more fucking difficult because, again, the fundamental basis of a law enforcement action is trust. If the community does not fucking trust you to be able to do your fucking actions properly, then how are you going to be able to properly enforce the fucking law if they don't trust the people who are supposed to be enforcing it?
And we cannot.
But then again, like I've said this also before, Donald Trump does not believe in the sort of like fundamental basis of trust. He does not believe in trust as a concept. He will do everything possible to destroy people's trust in anything because he just does not believe in trust as a concept.
say that when a far left fringe is inciting violence against our brave law enforcement officials, that we're no longer going to enforce the law.
Sure.
That's rewarding the very people who are engaged in this garbage. The actual reward that they just got is a new assistant attorney general who's going to prosecute and investigate this stuff even more aggressively than before. Yeah.
Thank you for your question. So the head of Minnesota's investigations agency said that the U.S. Attorney's Office has essentially cut off the state investigation agency's access to the investigation. What is the precedent for that, and why shouldn't the Minnesota officials on the ground have access and evidence to work on this investigation?
First of all,
Oh yeah, that's also something. By the way, if you really cared about getting to the bottom of this, JD Vance, yeah, I completely forgot to mention that. Yeah, Donald Trump and ICE are basically doing everything possible to not allow local sort of officials be able to go in and investigate any of the material. Again, it should make perfect fucking sense why the state of Minnesota would like to investigate exactly what happened here. It was one of their citizens that got fucking murdered. So, makes a lot of sense. They probably want to take a look into this. And ICE has essentially been preventing them from being able to access any of the evidence needed in order to be able to properly conduct an investigation. It's almost as if they're guilty and they know it.
I wish the state officials in Minnesota would investigate why you have so many people who are using their vehicles and other means to actually interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation. The precedent here...
Okay, so he's just going to do whataboutism instead. Like, how are you supposed to treat the... Like, the fact that these people are all just broadly fucking hated and, like, people want to, like, shocked Pikachu face about, man, I wonder why everyone hates fucking conservatives so much. This is why.
Here is very simple. You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy's protected by absolute immunity. He was doing his job. The idea that Tim Walz and a bunch of radicals in Minneapolis are going to go after and make this guy's life miserable because he was doing the job that he was asked to do is preposterous. The unprecedented thing is the idea that a local official can actually prosecute a federal official with absolute immunity. I've never seen anything like that.
What the fuck are you talking about? Oh yeah, by the way, first off, I don't think any federal official can have absolute immunity. This is just like a random schizo claim that the administration is just doing because, again, they unironically like think that ICE officials and officers have absolute immunity to just be complete impetuous morons and they can just do like literally whatever they want. Which is why, again, they've just been sort of allowed to just do like whatever the fuck they want, despite the fact that they just consistently break laws all the fucking time. It turns out that's not actually the case, and a lot of the actions have been getting consistently pushed back on throughout various fucking lawsuits. It turns out actually officers within the United States of America are not allowed to just do whatever the fuck they feel like. But whatever, nice fucking meme. Because what we're dealing with here is a criminal sort of administration here. A criminality is like second nature to these people. They don't give a shit about any of this stuff. Something went down the fucking wrong pipe. But yeah, like, criminality to these people is second fucking nature. If they can be criminals and do anything that is illegal, they'll just do it. They don't give much of a shit at all. They'll just do illegal actions against people. For what purpose exactly? They can. Whatever. Who gives a shit about any of this stuff? People are out there right now who need to suffer, and we are the Trump administration. We must bring the suffering and pain to people just because, whatever. Who gives a shit, right? We feel like we can just do whatever the fuck we want because Donald Trump thinks he's a fucking king in power. Well, I mean, he essentially has the powers of a fucking king, so, I mean, whatever. Thank you, Unitary Executive Theory, and the Democrats basically doing nothing about that. Very, very fucking cool. So, these dumbasses feel like that ICE agents, they're Gestapo private army little freaks, can just do whatever the fuck they want, when that's just not the fucking case whatsoever. Again, if they actually cared about doing an investigation, they would, and felt like, again, what the ICE officer did was above board, no problems whatsoever, they would have let the investigation go through unimpeded, but they're not doing that. I wonder why.
That it would get tossed out by a judge. So what I'd like Minnesota to focus on is the real issue that they're encouraging people. Minneapolis officials are encouraging people to commit violence against ICE officials. It's ridiculous. It's got to stop.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You said earlier that there's a left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and make it impossible for ICE officers to do their job. You told my colleague just now that there's an investigation going on into that network.
Yep.
So if everything that you say is true, how does being part of that network justify being shot?
Well, being part of the network doesn't justify
That's a
being
good
shot,
question.
but ramming an ICE officer with your car, that's what justifies being shot. It's not a good thing, by the way, but when you force somebody to engage in self-defense, it's almost a preposterous question. I'm not saying that funding some of this stuff justifies capital punishment. Nobody would suggest that. The reason this woman is dead is because she tried to ram somebody with her car, and that guy acted in self-defense.
Again, that's just a fucking observable, objective fucking lie. I don't know why we're trying to intellectualize a fucking lie, but this is like JD Vance's shtick. Go to like the liberal sort of like media and just try to intellectualize the stupid fucking schizophrenic illegal shit that the administration is doing. Again, no justification for this action whatsoever. This is just indefensible.
That is why she lost her life, and that is the tragedy. Now, there may be other violations of the law and other penalties that are associated with those violations of the law. For example, if you are funding violence against our law enforcement officers, I'm not a prosecutor. My guess is that's not the sort of thing that earns capital punishment, but it should sure as hell earn you a few years in prison if you're funding the effort to try to assault our law enforcement officers. What is it? I'm sorry, guys. What's going on here? You guys are meant to report the...
I mean, by the way, this is... Well, okay, I don't know why he's going to complain about the media not reporting the fucking goddamn truth. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, you stupid moron? Like, why are you saying that the media isn't reporting the truth? Maybe because there's no evidence, and you guys are just lying, because you guys are liars, and are just a bunch of fucking liars, consistently, because all you guys do is just lie. You just lie about literally everything. Like, if there is anything that this administration can just be false about, they'll just like come up with like whatever random schizo shit in order to justify the fucking actions of either the police or ICE. It doesn't fucking matter. You people are all liars. You're charlatans. You're freaks. None of you fucking believe in anything. It doesn't matter. If you can just lie to get out of a problem, you'll just do it. It doesn't matter. These people are all liars. They lie. And broadly speaking, a lot of people kind of sick and tired of the fact that these morons, these freaks, these charlatans just consistently just lie about literally fucking everything under the sun. If it is, objectively speaking, like I've said this before, if you hear any, like a conservative speaks about a position, you can just broadly assume that they're probably going to be fucking lying about it. Because again, these people are all just liars.
The truth. How have you let yourself become agents of propaganda of a radical fringe that's making it harder for us to enforce our laws? You just asked me a question that presumed that the reason why this woman died is because she was engaged in legitimate protest. She tried to run somebody over with her car, and the guy defended himself when that happened. Next question.
Except she wasn't doing... Okay, because JD Vance is a liar, and I'm here to debunk the lies, okay? I'm an epic lie debunker. She was not there. First off, she was trying to pick her kid up from fucking school, okay? Dumbass. There's step one, okay? Second off, she was waving the ICE officers forward and wasn't obstructing anyone, okay? That's the second off. She was not there to sort of be like an agitator. That's just random fucking schizophrenic shit that these dumbass conservatives will keep claiming over and over and over again because they know in the back of their minds that what happened here is wholeheartedly fucking indefensible. It's just indefensible. You can't fucking defend the actions of ICE here because it just looks so fucking inherently ridiculous and stupid. It's just dumb. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it was just some random dudes, and I think there was like a couple people there who may have been protesters. Again, because there are community watches that have been set up to track the movements of ICE, which is, by the way, not illegal. They're allowed to do that so long as they're not obstructing any arrests. That's what happens. You're like, again, lie. It doesn't matter. These people are all just fucking liars.
I said next question.
Vice President, you presumably watched the video yourself. There's not the slightest doubt in your mind, having viewed it, that the victim, you still believe that she deliberately tried to ram him despite seeing this video?
Look, I don't know what's in a person's heart or in a person's head, and obviously we're not going to get the chance to ask this woman what was going on. What I am certain of is that she violated the law. What I'm certain of is that officer had every reason to think that he was under very serious threat for injury or in fact, his life. What I'm certain of is that she accelerated in a way where she ran into the guy. I don't know what was in her heart and what was in her head, but I know that she violated the law, and I know that officer was acting in self-defense. It raises an interesting point, though. Look, if people want to say that we should have a legitimate debate about, what was she really doing, right? Was she panicking when she drove into this officer, or was she actually trying to ram him? That's a reasonable conversation. What's not reasonable is for so many of you to plaster all over the media that this was an innocent woman and that the ICE agent committed murder, which is what many of you have said explicitly and some of you have said implicitly. That's what I have an objection to.
How do you reason with someone like this? Like what are you supposed to say to this person? It's just a fucking lie, dude. That's it. It's just a lie. They're just lying. Like, it doesn't matter. These people they're just liars, man.
The idea that this was not justified is absurd. I think everybody knows it in their heart. Yeah.
It seems like political violence is ratcheting up and riots could be around the corner. What steps does the administration have planned to try to unite America? Average people on both political sides are so tired of fighting with each other, and I think all the journalists in this room could agree with me that we don't want to be part of the problem. Do you have any words to unite America?
I know you don't want to be part of the problem, and I think that's true of a lot of you. I'm not sure it's true.
Yeah, I'm sure. Totally. Like, most average... Yeah, most average people, again, say, like, we gotta do the, I don't know, sort of, like, retarded fucking enlightened centrist coming in being like, people just are sick and tired of the fighting. It's like, okay, maybe people would be sick and tired of all the fighting if there just wasn't a bunch of terrorists constantly going around and just murdering people. Maybe there wouldn't be as much fighting, huh? Like, ICE, again, just randomly killed someone in cold blood.
True for everybody, because the reporting over this has been one of the biggest scandals I've ever seen in media. I've never seen a case so misrepresented and misreported when you have a guy who is defending himself and is now being treated as some sort of federal assassin by so many of the people in this room. But first of all, let me say about crime. You mentioned violence. One of the things we're proudest about is that you saw violent crime over the last year drop by 20%. Why is that drop by 20%? Is it because we're attacking our law enforcement officers, or is it because we in the administration are empowering?
No, it's because of community-led initiatives that have been bringing down crime across the entirety of Democratic-run cities. Like, yeah, that's why crime is going down. It's not because of anything that you do. If anything, again, by the way, I've said this before, these motherfuckers will never talk about crime within Republican cities, which is significantly higher per capita. Why? Because it would make them look really, really bad, and they wouldn't be able to vice signal as much. So, again, it doesn't matter with these people. They're all just charlatans and fucking liars. If they can just lie about something, they just will. It doesn't matter. These people are all a bunch of fucking freaks. Oh, yeah, 1000%. Yeah, do you have any words to unite the nation? By the way, you're part of the problem. Yeah, again, the only reason is, again, he's saying that because it's all about the rhetoric for these people, to try to make people out to be the enemy. That's it.
Our law enforcement officers to enforce the law. I think that's one of the ways you take down the temperature is you make people feel more secure and safe in their person and property. That's why we care so much about protecting our law enforcement, because it accrues to the.
You might want to say that to the president of the United States, who has never really cared at all about bringing down the temperature in terms of rhetoric in his life.
Benefit of the entire national community. I think we can absolutely talk about the ways in which we can lower the temperature by discussing differences in a reasonable and rational way. Again, I'm happy to talk with any congressional Democrat or any of you about our immigration policy, about why I think it's necessary, about why I think it's in the best interest of the country, about why the President of the United States was elected to actually enforce the border for the first time in at least 4 years. So here's the problem. That's not the debate so many people are having. They are actively covering for people who are committing acts of violence against federal law enforcement. It is preposterous. The way to take down the temperature is to stop it. Have your debates about policy. Attack me. Attack the President of the United States. Don't attack our law enforcement officers. They are trying to do the job the American people demanded that they do. They are not policy actors. They are enforcing the law. They should be treated with a modicum of dignity and respect. The fact that they're not is why incidents like yesterday happen. One final point I'll make about this is, look.
No, they're not treated with respect because they just keep going around like roving band of marauders, just killing fucking black people randomly. That's why nobody fucking respects law enforcement in the United States of America. What's like the approval rating of like law enforcement within America? I'm pretty sure it's like really fucking low. Everybody fucking hates the police within America. Even conservatives, like very far right fucking conservative agitator types, fucking hate police. Like white trash types fucking hate police because, again, people broadly speaking understand that the only purpose for police within America is to serve the interests of fucking capital. They fucking hate them.
There's a part of me that feels very, very sad for this woman, not just because she lost her life, but because I think she is a victim of left-wing ideology. What young mother shows up and decides they're going to throw their car in front of ICE officers who are enforcing legitimate law? You've got to be a little bit...
I don't know how many times, like, it's just a lie, man. Like, she didn't fucking do that. She just didn't do that. We've seen the video. She didn't fucking do that. Again, lie. And we have to have, like, I don't know, an attempt to try to intellectualize this, turn this into, like, some fucking debate when it's just so obviously not a debate.
Brainwashed to get to that point to where you're willing not just to protest, that's fine, not peacefully protest, but throw your vehicle in front of legitimate law enforcement officers and drive your car to them. To get to that point, you have to be, I think, radicalized in a very, very sad way. I certainly wish that she hadn't got there. I know there's an ICE officer right now who very much wishes he was not put in the position where he had to fire a gun to defend his own life. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure.
What's your message, following up on that, what's your message to the leaders in Minnesota, the governor of Minnesota, the mayor of Minneapolis, to calm down the situation on the ground, on the streets? What's your message also to those protesters who saw that video?
No, they're just saying that because she's gay. That's it.
Well, first of all, I think if you watch every angle of that video, there's one angle where if you squint, you can maybe tell yourself that it's not clear what happened. But when you look at all angles of that video, it is very clear that her vehicle went right for the guy. She actually collided with him, and then that's, of course, when he fired his shots. That's obvious, okay? So what I say to the protesters is, by all means, protest peacefully, but make this about ideas. Make this about disagreement with our policy. Don't use your protest as a justification or an encouragement for people to go and incite violence and participate in violence against our law enforcement officials. To the people on the ground in Minneapolis, meaning the local officials in Minneapolis, from Tim Walz all down, I'd say, look, why can't you just disagree with a given piece of immigration policy without turning law enforcement into the enemy? And think about it, for example.
I mean, again, what are you supposed to say to this? What do you say to someone who's just openly and blatantly fucking lying? Like, do I show the video again? No, I don't show the video again. Because it doesn't fucking matter. Like, this dumbass is lying. He knows he's lying. Everybody knows he's fucking lying. Everybody, broadly speaking, has seen the video. it is indefensible what JD Vance is saying, but he's just going to try to defend it anyways because, again, stooge. Just a stooge.
A criminal law where a police officer goes and arrests somebody because they violated a criminal law. If you're mad about that, go and protest the politician who passed that law. Don't attack the police officer who's just doing their job. We had a wide open border under Joe Biden. I happen to think it's a good thing the President of the United States has closed it down. If you think that's a bad idea, criticize this administration for a policy decision. Don't attack our people for enforcing the law. Because I guarantee you go to ICE, there are black people and white people, there are Democrats and Republicans, there are patriotic Americans who are trying to enforce the law. Attack.
No, yeah, dude. Totally, bro. We've seen ICE agents. They have a bunch of fucking SS tattoos. Yeah, dude, they're a bunch of Democrats working within ICE. Oh, I'm sure. And not, again, just like all the Nazi Groiper freaks that you guys managed to find online. By the way, you never see recruitment ads for ICE, I think, ever on, like, TV or anywhere whatsoever. The only place where you see them, I think, and this has been, I think, borne out in some evidence, the only place where you see any sort of advertisement for people to join ICE is online. Because they know. The only people who are willing to do the actions of, like, the Gestapo are, like, online little fucking freakazoids.
Me, lay off of our ICE agents. Yeah, in the blue, all the way, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice President. You called on Tim Walz to resign. Can you lay out the case as to why he should step down?
Well, look, I think Tim Walz should resign because it's very clear either that he knew about the fraud in Minneapolis, he knew about the welfare fraud, or at the very least he looked the other way. I mean, this is not... This is not like Lex Luthor, right? This is not movie villain fraud. This is the lowest IQ possible fraud. This is, we're going to take we're going to take the absence of kids and set up a daycare center where there are no children, and we're going to call our early childhood...
Yeah, of course, we're referencing Nick Shirley's, like, fucking, dumb fuck, like, literally 3 IQ fucking video where he basically, like, proved nothing whatsoever. There was just, like, nothing to prove. There was nothing said. There was nothing proved. But we're just gonna bring up the, like, the case of the 3 IQ fucking troglodyte video that Nick Shirley basically made, where he, I don't know, is barely able to speak properly because, again, he's just like a fucking moron who appeals to morons. And he's just incredibly fucking stupid, just like all these other conservative dumbasses. And you're just gonna be like, yeah, no, totally. Like, they just called in and proved that there was just fraud. Like, they just randomly did a call and just, like, I don't know, showed up 2 grown men to a daycare to ask where there's a bunch of kids. And they totally found there was a bunch of fraud because of that. Yeah, that's exactly how this works.
Education Center, the Quality Learning Center. By the way, if you can't spell learning, maybe you shouldn't be in early childhood education. But people got rich off of this. We know that there were schools who either had no enrollment or at least they overstated their enrollment. Tim Walz either was unbelievable incompetence or he was in on the fraud. That's one of the things we're going to get to the bottom of. Sir.
I'm willing to make a bet they're not going to find shit. Every single time, by the way, the administration tries to find out the fraud or whatever, it's always ended up in miserable fucking failure because, again, they're not interested in governance. They're not interested in finding any of these frauds. If they cared so much about fraud, then they probably would have gone after all the people who fucking did PPP loan fraud. But they never do because most Republicans who do that shit.
The difference between this associate attorney general and a special counsel, and do you envision this being a permanent position or having more of a limited scope?
Well, it's going to be permanent until we get to the bottom of what's going on, so I think it's going to last for at least the remainder of the administration. What's different about it from a special counsel is, if you remember, the Jack Smith case where the special counsel was found unconstitutional, one of the big issues there is that that person was not an appointed person, completely aside from all the other issues that the person was a lunatic and that the case had no merit. There was a fundamental constitutional issue, which is that he had not been appointed by the president and he had not been confirmed by the United States Senate. An assistant attorney general, what that's going to allow us to do is appoint this person, have them confirmed by the Senate. That's one difference. The more substantive difference is that this person is going to be part of a very broad...
I hope the Senate doesn't fucking confirm those. Every Democrat should just be like, no, fuck off. If every Democrat goes along with this fucking bullshit, then, I don't know, dead fucking party.
Interagency White House that's being led from the President of the United States on down, and that's going to give them the resources, the access to material and information to make this person more effective. I think a lot of people have asked, how are you really going to get to the heart of the fraud? We've been asking ourselves that question for the past couple of months, and we think this is the critical piece at the Department of Justice to really ramp this fraud investigation into high gear.
Yeah, by the way, this is like the 50th time they've said, like, we're going to really get to the bottom of this fraud. Guys, we're really going to get to the bottom of this fraud. Guys, we're really going to never get to the bottom of the fraud ever.
In the red tie, yeah.
Vice President Vance, I want to ask, what's your message to far leftist agitators who feel emboldened to obstruct ICE activity in Minnesota and around the country?
Well, I think they should feel emboldened because now they have an assistant attorney general who's going to prosecute and investigate their fraud and their violence more aggressively than it has ever been investigated in the United States of America. We are doing so much to try to find the financing networks and the domestic terrorism networks that legitimate this violence, that fund this violence, and then, of course, engage in the violence. These people should not feel emboldened because they have, for the first time, maybe in American history, an administration that is not going to tolerate political violence of any kind from anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Like, despite the fact that, you know, Vance Bolter, Charlie Kirk basically said that, hey, the dude who tried to do a hit on Nancy Pelosi, we should just post bail for him. Fuck it, like whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter with these people.
The entire way of the federal government behind these ICE agents and this ICE agent in particular, there's still a federal investigation happening on the ground. Does that mean that they are not looking into this ICE agent at all? They are just focused on the woman who's in the car? What is the investigation if the federal government has already determined that its weight is behind this ICE investigation?
So what do you mean when you say investigation? Do you mean investigation of the shooting yesterday or of the fraud that's happening in Minneapolis? Okay, look, the DHS, as I understand it, has an investigation already ongoing. I know that other organs of our government are looking at this. So yes, there's certainly an investigation that's happening right now. But as part of the broader fraud investigation, a lot of what we're doing with the Department of Justice has already started. We've got over 1,500 subpoenas. We've got people this morning actually. We're going door to door to actually knock on some of these fraudulent care centers, these fraudulent social services organizations to get to the bottom of what's going on there. So the investigation in some ways has already been ramping up into the anti-fraud.
Now, by the way, first off, no, he's just talking about the ongoing investigation that also started under the Biden DOJ, because there's always been an ongoing investigation, but they don't want to fucking mention any of that because their narrative would immediately fall apart. And also, a bunch of just like random, as a result of Nick Shirley's like dumb fuck 3 IQ video, a bunch of just like random dumb fucks would just like randomly show up to all these daycare centers and just be like stupid and fucking annoying. Again, not contributing to being able to find any fraud. I always say the analogy of how this is like very, very similar to a lot of like pedo hunting sort of cases, right? Very, 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 very fucking similar to pedo hunting cases for one simple reason and one simple reason only. Because consistently, all of the sort of advocacy groups that say, like, please stop doing this, you're only making our jobs significantly fucking harder. Like, please stop. Please, for the love of all that is good and holy. You are just making our jobs way, 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 way fucking harder. And constantly you'll have these, like, pedo hunters just continually getting in the way of all these actual organizations that would look into like child sexual abuse material and child sexual abuse cases. But all these dumbasses have to get their little clip little fucking headlines to or farm on fucking Twitter or whatever the fuck. Like, it's so fucking stupid. These, again, investigations, quote unquote, from these like random dumbass fucking YouTubers are not helping whatsoever. In fact, it makes these sort of investigations that are going on officially much more fucking difficult, or that's being done by accredited organizations.
Element for at least a few weeks. What we're trying to do is supercharge it and make sure there's a designated person within the Department of Justice who completely controls that particular focus.
Just to follow up on that, Mr. Vice President, on the agent, is he still on duty or has he been placed on leave, on administrative leave? And what really was the target of the operation on Wednesday?
Well, first of all, it was a legitimate law enforcement operation. We were going door to door to try to find criminal illegal aliens and deport them from the United States of America, because if you come to our country illegally in violation of our immigration laws, then we have the mandate, and in fact we have the legal duty to enforce those immigration laws. Whether he's been placed on administrative leave, I don't know the answer to that question. I'd refer to the Department of Homeland Security and they can follow up. I will say, look, I would appreciate everybody saying a prayer for that agent. Look, in the past 6 months, he's been hit twice by a motor vehicle. One time, the first time, it led to over 30 stitches and very serious injuries to his legs. This is a guy who's actually done a very, very important job for the United States of America. He's been assaulted, he's been attacked, he's been injured because of it. He deserves a debt of gratitude. And I think the media prejudging and talking about this guy as if he's a murderer is one of the most disgraceful things I've ever seen from the American media.
Yeah. Vice President, what is your specific role in the future of Venezuela? And I'm wondering, could you confirm reports that the Director of National Intelligence,
yeah, say a prayer to a murderer.
So I've heard a couple of things. One, that I was kept out of the planning for the Venezuela operation.
Oh yeah, by the way, fucking Tulsi Gabbard, looking like a complete fucking dumbass for thinking that Trump was the main anti-war guy within as like fucking president. And Tulsi, what happened? I thought Trump was gonna be the heckin' based anti-war dude who was gonna stop all the wars. What happened? What happened?
That's false. And another that Tulsi was kept out of the planning for Venezuela operations. That's completely false. Look, we're all part of the same team. And one of the things that is really amazing about that operation.
Yeah, the fact that she's been kept out of this is so fucking funny.
Is that we kept it very tight to the senior cabinet level officials and related officials in our government, and we kept this operation secret for a very long time. I'm very proud of that. I think it suggests that the team works very well together. Well, looking ahead, what is my role? Look, my role is going to be whatever the president asks me to do. Well, every other day, I'm chairing the meeting that we.
Your current role right now is to JD. Please try to intellectualize the fact that we just committed murder on someone.
Do on this among White House principals to talk about next steps to try to ensure that Venezuela is stable, and as the president has directed us to do, to ensure that the new Venezuelan government actually listens to the United States and does what the United States needs it to do under our country's best interest. So I'm going to be as involved as the president wants me to be. So far, that's been very involved, and I'll keep on doing that so long as the president asks me to do it.
Even beyond the White House.
Sorry, we'll go purple and then we'll go pink. Whatever that is in front.
And then Ben. All right. Are there any indications, you talked about the network, are there any indications that the lady who was shot, I know there are different reports from there, her wife said they were new to the area. Are there any indications she may have been a paid agitator, or maybe that there are others that were brought to the area, considering everything that's going on in Minneapolis?
I wouldn't say that she was paid. I don't have the evidence to say that one way or the other. What I do know is that she was violating the law, and if you just look at the eyewitness accounts, they were saying she was there to prevent the enforcement of the law. She was trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. That much is obviously clear. The rest of it, of course, is part of the reason why we investigate this stuff. Yeah.
Mr. Vice President, even beyond the war powers resolution today, Congress has bucked President Trump on issues like tariffs. Are you concerned that
Oh,
President
1000% points, Minnie. It's
What are you going to
hypocrisy.
do about it?
No, I'm not concerned at all. First of all, we talked to some of the senators who were going to vote the wrong way, in my view, on this resolution today. Much of their argument was based more on a legal technicality than any disagreement in policy. If you look at the people who actually voted, every single one of them has a administration plan. Second of all, as the president, I believe himself, has already said, every president, Democrat or Republican, believes the War Powers Act is fundamentally a fake and unconstitutional law. It's not going to change anything about how we conduct foreign policy over the next couple of weeks.
Again, we fucking talked about this exactly. It's all because like Congress decided to abdicate. Thank you for the follow, Sax Ash. Appreciate that, bad. But I mean, this is all by the way. Just for the only reason why they can say shit like this is because again, Congress has always been given the power to declare war on people. Again, administration's lying, and the only reason why they get to say shit like this is simply due to the fact that they know everything they're doing in terms of Venezuela is ridiculously fucking illegal rather, and they have to just continue vice signaling and pretending that what they're doing is above board and not just completely fucking illegal. It's so fucking stupid, bro.
Months, and that'll continue to be how we approach things. Go ahead.
So we are seeing, regarding Iran, we're seeing the protests in Iran these days. The citizens are begging for help from the U.S. and Israel, naming streets in the city after President Trump. It seems there is an opportunity here that may not come again. Will the United States stand by the citizens of Iran? And if Israel decides to strike again, the nuclear sites in Iran, is the U.S. expected to take part?
Well, look, we certainly stand by anybody who's engaged in peaceful protest, anybody who's trying to exert their rights for free association and have their voices heard. Obviously, the Iranian regime has a lot of problems. And as the President of the United States has said, the smartest thing for them to have done, it was true 2 months ago, it's true today, is for them to actually have a real negotiation with the United States about what we need to see when it comes to the nuclear program. I'll let the President...
They tried, and there were 7 rounds of negotiations, and you guys... It didn't lead anywhere because you guys are not actually interested in negotiating.
Speak to what we're going to do in the future, but we certainly stand with anybody across the world, including the Iranian people who are advocating for their rights. I'll take just a couple more questions.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Mr. Vice President, concerning Venezuela, how would you assure the Caribbean region that they will remain a zone of peace? Because some member states in the region are concerned.
Well, the President had a very productive phone call with the President of Colombia yesterday, and we continue to talk at all levels of government with a number of our friends in the Caribbean region. I actually think this is really good for peace in the Caribbean because when you take away a major source of illegal cartel revenue, which is the cocaine trade, the fentanyl trade, other sources of illicit revenue, you actually remove the power of one of the main destabilizing forces in...
I don't know how many times this needs to be said, but mostly from where fentanyl comes. It's mostly from fucking Mexico, you idiot. But then again, like, the administration doesn't give a shit about any of this stuff. They don't care about fucking dealing with fucking people who are narco traffickers. They've never given a shit about any of that stuff because again, the administration pardoned probably one of the biggest fucking narco traffickers in the fucking world, like Juan Orlando Hernandez, a dude who worked with fucking El Chapo.
In Latin America and in the Caribbean. I really do think, look, we say it all the time, this is the president of peace. One of the ways that you establish peace in your own hemisphere is to make it clear that the United States is going to be respected, that the United States is willing to take power away from criminal cartel organizations and give it to legitimate governments. That's how we see the future of the Western Hemisphere, and we think it's going to be much more peaceful than it was certainly under Joe Biden. I'll take one more question. Go ahead.
Thank you. On Greenland, do you have a message for European leaders? Many in Europe reject the idea that the island could be for sale.
Well, first of all, Secretary Rubio, I believe, is meeting with the leaders of Denmark and Greenland next week. I want to say it is, maybe it's a week after that. We'll continue to deliver some of these messages in private, some of them in public. But I guess my advice to European leaders and anybody else would be to take the President of the United States seriously. What has he said about Greenland? Set to the side the crazy overreactions that I've seen from the press and from certain people in Europe. What has the President said? Number one, Greenland is really important, not just to America's missile defense, but to the world's missile defense. Number two, we know that there are hostile adversaries that have shown a lot of interest in that particular territory, that particular slice of the world. So what we're asking our European friends...
Guys, we just want to illegally take over the country. We want to make an illegal sort of purchase of the fucking goddamn territory that, again... The Danish said they don't want to take the deal. They don't want to take the deal. Please take us seriously. Take our fucking rambling dumbass president seriously, please, guys.
To do is to take the security of that landmass more seriously, because if they're not, the United States is going to have to do something about it. What that is, I'll leave that to the President as we continue to engage in diplomacy with our European friends and everybody on this particular topic. And again, thank you all for listening. Thanks for taking questions. I just ask it. Look, this is politics, and often Republicans and get in arguments with the press about things. I understand that. I think it's really irresponsible for you guys to go out there and imply or tell the American people that a guy who defended himself from being rammed by an automobile is guilty of murder. Be a little bit more careful. We're going to talk about...
Bro, what the fuck is this soy chugging fucking shit? Like, please don't tell that guy who clearly broke not only ISIS protocols, but also general law enforcement protocols by putting his hand and standing in front of the fucking goddamn vehicle and basically just putting himself in danger for no fucking goddamn reason to do what exactly? I don't know. Try to pop some fucking shots off on an innocent fucking woman that's like trying to pick up her son from fucking daycare, like or school rather. Genuinely fucking insane, dude.
Toning down the temperature, which I know the President wants to do, and I certainly want to do. One of the ways we tone down the temperature is to have a media that tells the truth. I encourage you all to do that.
Totally, bro. Yeah, totally, man. Yeah, the President's very interested in toning down the temperature. I don't know. Genuinely fucking absolutely insane. Absolutely insane fucking press conference here by JD Vance. Just lies. It doesn't matter. These people are liars. They're all liars. They're lying. They're just lying. They're just saying, like, bold-faced fucking lies. We've seen the fucking video. They're just fucking wrong. They're wrong. They're wrong. They're wrong. This video is a perfect breakdown for what's going on, and everything that JD Vance is doing is essentially lying for the administration and even Trump himself. By the way, looked at that shit and was just like, oh, that's actually kind of bad, guys. This is really, really bad. Really, really bad. This looks really bad. Even he was starting to back off of it and trying to admit, basically, to potential fucking wrongdoing that ICE officer did. Again, like, there is no justification for this. These people are just defending the indefensible because, again, they are a bunch of freaks. Absolute fucking freaks within this goddamn administration. This criminal fucking administration known as the Trump administration, known as the Republican Party. Like, honestly, like, I've said this before and I'll say it again. At the very minimum, very fucking minimum, abolish ICE is the position. I'd like, unironically, if the next Democratic candidate for president does not advocate for the abolition of ICE, and at the very least, even like the abolition of DHS as a fucking a department, dead on arrival. Dead on arrival. I would even advocate for you to vote against them if you were in a fucking swing state. Like, fuck that bullshit. They cannot be allowed to get away with this. These criminal fucking thugs who are consistently just harassing and now murdering fucking citizens of the United States for what exactly? I don't know. Just YOLO swag 420 just because they can. Completely fucking nonsensical. ICE are a bunch of terrorists. The people who are defending them are a bunch of fucking terrorists. And of course, JD Vance is a fucking groper ass loser. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. It's 4:30. God damn it. And I have to edit and do stuff. Okay, you know what? I'm pushing back the Tim Pool stuff again. I'm pushing it back again. I can't. It's way too late. I have to go. It's so fucking late. It's 4:30. God damn it. It's late. No, I don't want to open this. Shut up. Okay. I need to... It's 4:30 in the morning. That's all I gotta say. It's 4:30 in the morning. Yeah, there's not a lot of people on right now. I'm getting a feeling one more case like Charlie Kirk is going to happen very soon, looking at history. Maybe. A Dalit person was lynched and people want Modi to pardon the Hindufa bitches who did it. It's not surprising. Again, criminals. They're all criminals. Criminals. They're all criminals and they just want you all to die. That's like literally, like what else is there to say about it? Criminals, they're all demons. They're terrible. Fuck them. It's so late. All right, we're raiding out. The Pixel Smixel, go. All right, raid messages. You know what to do, not to say. Transfer to Daho Reba. If you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you do the wow. We did Daho Reba. That's how we show appreciation. Those are in 20K's gamers. I will be back tomorrow. I promise. We'll do the Tim Pool stuff because I actually have all. More or less, I'm going to try to also find the clip with Sam Cedar talking about how Tim Pool, after the debate that he had with Sam Cedar, the second round technically, where he basically said, like, my audience is really upset that we agreed so much. I didn't want to agree with you so much. It's just like, well, that's pretty fucking revealing, but whatever. Anywho. I will be back tomorrow, gamers, and we'll be continuing with our escapades as always. We're pretty much done with Nyx now. It's just final. All we have to do is just make a ship that can gather asteroid chunks and then process the stupid bullshit, and then we're gonna be done with these planets very, very soon. Anyway, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.